I'm with the Northwestern Indiana Regional Planning Commission, and we are the administrative agent staffing coordinator for you all. This is our first meeting that we're running, so bear with us as we muddle through. So the first item of the agenda would be welcome, introductions, and review of agenda. The first thing I need to ask on the review of the agenda is I did not include approval or review of past meeting minutes on the agenda because the December meeting we didn't do that. So you do have both minutes from December 19th meeting and also minutes from a March 12th meeting. I would like to see if people want to add that to the agenda or put it off for another meeting because we do have a packed agenda. And I also would like to check with the history folks if there's a vote on minutes or just just kind of a, these are the minutes.
I would just say doing minutes is a waste of time at this point, because at least I haven't read any of these, so
Okay.
we don't have. Mark, have you read these?
No.
Okay. So we don't have to read them.
The December ones were very thoroughly reviewed by the steering committee. I know that. So, that's where I thought that was the process, so.
I think generally we regard them as summaries for historic documentation as opposed to minutes that have to be scrutinized
Great.
and voted on, whatever. We've never voted on minutes.
Great. I love that. Let's keep doing that.
Good.
We like that too. Okay, so then if I'd love us to go around the table and do introductions. I already said who I was.
Dominic Edwards.
Joe Exo with NERPC.
Bob Wakeman, Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, representing the Great Lakes panel, the ANS Task Force.
Annalisa Castle with the Alliance for the Great Lakes.
Elaine Bottomley with the Will County Governmentally.
Lynn Munch with the American Waterways Operators.
Kay Nelson with the Northwest Indiana Forum, and I just got a text from Dave, he will not be here.
Lisa Freedy, Chemical Industry Council of Illinois.
Susan Donovan, the Nature Conservancy.
Malia Gertzma from the Natural Resources Defense Council, and I'll just note that all the women are on this side of
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey,
No, there's a couple of guys over here, but there's
Yeah,
no.
okay.
It did shake. It did shake that way.
it. I was more taking
Yeah,
note that we're actually
Jeff, you're
sitting
signed on
the
that side.
And also, nobody wanted to sit in the front with us. Well, you guys did, but as far away as possible.
I'm Mark Burrows with the International Joint Commission in Windsor, Ontario.
Matt Goss with the Great Lakes Commission.
Jason Devoto with CMAP. Welcome to CMAP. Josh Ellis, Metropolitan Planning Council.
Jack Darren, Sierra Club, Illinois chapter.
John Rodner, Illinois DNR.
Bill Bolden, US EPA.
Mark Smith, National Wildlife Federation.
Joe Schusler, NWRD.
Jim Dunker, USGS.
I'm Greg Conover with the Fish and Wildlife Service, and I'm here representing Mississippi Interstate Cooperative Resource Association.
Yeah, you guys in the back want to introduce yourself?
Chelsea Grassfield, Chicago Living.
Andrew Dash from Sheffield.
Thomas, Great Lakes Sport Fishing Council.
Liz DeSouza, Joyce Foundation.
Drew Youngdead, National Wildlife Federation.
Rachel Haverlock, UIC Freshwater Lab.
Thank you. And we already talked about the agenda. So as far as meeting facilitation process, I'm going to just attempt to keep us on track rolling through the agenda. I don't have a big process in mind. So the first thing on the agenda was the steering committee felt that there'd be a lot of value because several organizations have had some staff turnaround. We're new, relatively new to this organization, to have kind of a history overview of what this CAWS group has done since 2012 and how did we get here today. So, and that was going to be Josh and Matt and Kay. You want to go ahead?
Well, it's going to be Dave, but you bet. But,
Yeah.
Start.
Yeah, so just to kind of recap the ancient history of the group, the genesis goes back to when the Great Lakes Commission and the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative initiated the project to identify and assess options for hydrologic separation in the Chicago waterway system. So going back to 2008, 2010, you all recall there was an Asian carp captured, I think somewhere down in the Calumet River. I don't remember the exact year. Anyway, there was just rising concern about the threat of Asian carp getting into the Great Lakes, coming up the Mississippi and Illinois River into the CAWS. And so there had been discussions about hydrologic separation, but not a lot of detailed assessment or information about what that would look like, how it could be done, how you could maintain other uses of the waterway system. So the commission and the city's initiative with funding from the Joyce Foundation and a number of other foundations initiated a project to assess options for restoring the natural divide. That ended up resulting in this report, which came out in January of 2012, that assessed 3 options for implementing hydrologic separation while also striving to maintain other beneficial uses of the waterway system. So we formed what was at the time called the advisory committee to advise us on that project. And the purpose at that time was not for the group to kind of make decisions or take positions, but just to advise the commission and the city's initiative and our technical team on issues that needed to be considered as that study was developed. So that came out in 2012, and Josh and Kay, feel free to just jump in here. I'll just keep rattling through it unless you want to add anything.
Yeah, no, I think for anyone who was not part of that process, it was intended to be a sort of academic exercise exploring hydrologic separation as an option. There were many people around the table who did not necessarily think it was a good idea, but were willing to volunteer their time to be a part of that exploration. The intent being, let's make sure that we sort of suss this out and give the Corps of Engineers something to work with so that they can consider that as well as a whole bunch of things that are not hydrologic separation. And then when that report was released, the question was, we have a group of engaged folks willing to talk through these issues. Now that we're past the point of this academic exercise, what does this group do? Thus, we moved into the next phase.
So that was after the report was released in January 2012. Thanks. As Josh said, the group was in place. People were interested in staying together, and so we shifted to more of a consensus phase where the aim was to try to reach consensus on a long-term solution. So at that point, we hired outside facilitator to work with the group, and again, the aim was to reach consensus on a long-term solution. And I think as all of you that go back that far will recall, that was a difficult process. We did come up with some concepts. There were a number of letters and communications that the group developed to the Corps of Engineers and other leaders. I think most of those came out in 2015 or 2016. If you go online, I think NERPC has a website with most of these materials. The Commission also has a website with all of the materials produced by this group as well as associated reports. And it's a pretty good library of materials on this issue with all the products of this group as well as other different reports and whatnot. So that phase, and again, Josh and Kay, please chime in here. That phase kind of took us through, I think, 2016 or 2017. The Glimmers report came out, I think in 2014 or 2016, I'm not sure exactly. We really strive to find consensus on a long-term solution. I think this group developed some pretty high-level concepts that they felt were worth looking at. But I think it's probably fair to say we didn't achieve kind of the fullest kind of consensus solution that we might have envisioned going into it. So at that point, around 2016, 2017, again, we sort of took stock of where we were. The facilitator at the time hired a professor to do an assessment of the group, of the interests of the members. And the desire at that time was to continue to stay together to continue to receive informational reports, provide input to the Corps of Engineers and other agencies, look at options for Brandon Road, look at options for non-structural controls for reducing the risk of Asian carp moving up into the CAWS and into Lake Michigan, and also to continue to look for options for two-way control to prevent invasive species from not only getting into the Great Lakes, but also coming from the Great Lakes into the Mississippi River. So at that time, that assessment found that the group wanted to stay together, felt there was value, but we shifted away from sort of trying to achieve some kind of, large consensus on a long-term solution to being more of an information sharing, information exchange forum. We changed facilitators 2-3 years ago, and then I think it was summer of 2018, we ended up parting ways with the facilitator we had at that time, and decided that since the group wasn't really seeking to reach broad consensus on any kind of long-term solution, that we probably didn't need a facilitator. So we've been working to kind of facilitate ourselves, working through the steering committee. And then earlier this year, the Great Lakes Commission has sort of backed away from our role supporting and administering the group, and NERPC has taken over support for the group. So that's kind of a high-level overview. Again, the NERPC website as well as the Commission's website has a pretty comprehensive array of the materials this group has produced, various reports and other stuff. So there's been a lot of different technical reports and things that have been done both by this group and other parties, and most of that is online, so it's a pretty good information resource.
Yeah, so there is in the blue folder, there is a document called Chicago Area Waterway System Aquatic Invasive Species Stakeholder Group Goals and Operating Principles adopted for 2018. And so any questions about what phase we are currently in? We are currently in this phase. And this was adopted by the group last year. To Matt's point, the primary function of the group is to serve as a forum for the exchange of information related to stuff going on the waterways. The secondary function is for members of this group to provide input to folks like John or Bill, government actors working on solutions. And then as a third and tertiary potential function, if it seems through the course of discussion that there may be opportunities to develop consensus statements, there's very specific language here. Following minimal negotiation by the facilitator, over there, we might be able to write letters and things like that. So the functions of the group are here, and my comment about the minutes is driven from section 5.b. Meeting summaries are developed. Well, it doesn't say anything about minutes. So I would just encourage folks to refer back to this document if you're curious about current functions, current phase, current makeup, current procedures. This is the thing that is currently standing as the thing that has been adopted. Kay, do you want to add anything?
Just a few comments and generalities. During the course of this process, we've talked about a number of issues external to the fish, but related to the fish. And at one point, we recognized that the Asian carp party of four were growing in presence throughout the nation. So, the concern about the sharing of federal resources for addressing these concerns has now come to major fruition. The state of Kentucky got $11 million last year, and just this week announced that they were getting $25 million in federal dollars to assist in their eradication or reduction of population. We also talked at length at one point in time about the concern of the contaminated sediments and the reversal of the flow into Lake Michigan under some of the two-way design options. And we now have, I believe, Region 5 doing a massive sediment project concerning the contamination in the waterways in the Chicago River that were part of the area that we would have been looking to reverse. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us if we're going to revisit this and maybe change some ideas of where we want to go, recognizing the federal pressure from other states for competing with dollars to do things to help keeping the fish out of the Great Lakes. And it's been fun partying with you guys and having chocolate chip cookies.
I'm seeing you right now, just saying.
Yeah. Jason, hopefully you're on
There's
that.
cookies with lunch.
Oh, yes.
There's cookies with lunch. Looking. Cookies and brownies for lunch, just so you know.
Excellent.
Elves working.
Yeah.
I do much better with chocolate.
So I would invite anybody either who's new and wants to ask them questions or who's been around since the beginning and wants to add anything that didn't get touched on. I think it was helpful to me. I have a kind of a report of NERC since we took over. You have in your packet more detailed biographies of us, but I'm not going to read those. Just to let you know myself, I've been hovering around in this area for 24, 25 years. I cut my teeth on Lake Michigan Lamp, spent some time in the private sector, and now I've been doing regional planning in Northwest Indiana for a while. So some of you are familiar to me from way old Lamp days. I won't say how old, but if you haven't met me before, I'm glad to be working with you now.
What days?
Lamp.
Lake
Area.
Michigan Area-Wide Management Plan. That's what they used to call them. They call them something else now. Anyway, Joe Exel is our Senior Water Resources Planner. He has a long career in fisheries, watershed planning, a lot of things. He's going to be kind of the day-to-day project manager going forward with a lot of different, if we move forward on some of the different technical aspects that are in the work plan, Joe's going to be the point person on that. And Dominique Edwards is our public participation planner at NERC, and she is going to be kind of the tech jockey and hopefully make sure everything works. So you'll also, the other two people on the team, Peter Kimball created the website at NERC for the CAWS group, and I went right to the group page. There's a page before it about invasive species, aquatic invasive species. And also Candy Eklund is our executive assistant, and so you may receive emails from her as well. So that's the team that is supporting this group in these meetings. So some of the tasks that we have in our scope of work, and they come pretty much straight from the work plan of the CAWS, is one is to maintain and update the membership. So I wanted to let folks know that the steering committee, so you should have in your packet a table of different members and the contacts, and then on the right hand side it will say whether they're the steering committee, stakeholder group member, or a resource group ex officio member, what type of member. And we've made every attempt to find the right person, because a lot of people have had some staff turnover since that time. In addition, the steering committee assigned us 9 organizations. Well, we discussed 9 organizations that had not been participating recently. 2 of those were determined to be represented by other CAWS members. And mostly some of the business, the General Iron Industries and Midwest Truckers Association, and the Illinois River Carriers. We reached out more recently to Grand Rapids, the Great Lakes Sport Fishing Council, Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, and the Lake Erie Charter Boat Association. Of those that we reached out to, the Great Lakes Sport Fishing Council responded, and Dan Thomas is here. So, and they do want to remain active. The only other one I could not find anything contact information about was the Northeast Ohio Mayors and City Managers Association. It almost looked like maybe they got merged with Cuyahoga County. I'm not sure. So if anybody knows them, you can follow up on that. So all that work resulted in the updated list that you see that we've distributed to you. Then the other thing we were tasked to do was identify if there should be new members considered. At the steering committee, they referred me back to the operating principles for the process. So the process is in the operating principles on page 7. And I would say at the December meeting, or through the course of the year, 2 organizations were recommended to be considered for membership. One was the Shed Aquarium, and Andrea Dasham is here for them today, and the other one had been Illinois Indiana Sea Grant. I did reach out to them and had some conversations with their director. But then reading the process further, before members are agreed on, the facilitator, that would be us, should send the information out to you ahead of time, which we did not do. I did provide a little overview of the mission of those two organizations. So I wanted to ask if the process is a voting process, a consensus process. The Shed has been participating, I understand, on and off over the years. Sea Grant has not for many years. So I'm not sure then what the next process is. So the group will consider new membership in person during meetings. So those are two new members I would recommend as the facilitator.
Our process for membership changes is outlined on page 7 of the document that I just referred to. Membership changes. Kathy just cited the second bullet point. The group will consider new memberships in person during meetings if a majority of members in attendance at the meeting in question support the addition of a new member. The facilitator will confirm the determination. So I think we need a simple discussion or show of hands or something of both the Shed and the Illinois Indiana Sea Grant, and if the majority approves, then they're added to the group. Lisa?
So if the Shed had already been a member previously at these meetings, we're going to reinstate them?
They were not on the member list that we received.
Jim Robinette participated for years. Was he not a member? Was he just a?
He was an observer, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. I always thought he was a member. Excuse me. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
So perhaps it's a promotion from observer to member.
Got it.
Does anyone have concerns with either group joining as members?
I don't have concern.
I would move that we welcome them.
I second Jackson.
Welcome.
Okay.
You're in. You're never getting out.
Don't feel like you have to sit on that side of the table.
Go sit by Kathy.
There's a seal.
Great. Look at that, I've increased the membership already.
Kathy,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the time, right, but is there a chance we can update some of the names on this list that you just provided?
Yes, I have some more to talk about the next item would be, so in addition to updating the membership list, which is kind of the right-hand column, we were charged with building and maintaining the email distribution list. So we took all the contacts that we received from Great Lakes Commission. I've tried to find as many correct ones as possible. If some of these are incorrect, and you know a better contact information, I would love to receive that. Either scribble on the paper or let us know by email. NERPC uses Constant Contact as our email management system. And we have 97 people on the distribution list for this group, which includes the members, the ex officio members, the observers, and the resource group agencies. It looks like we have almost all of them, from the Constant Contact point of view, they're going through and being delivered. We have about a 75% non-open rate, which apparently the average for Constant Contact is 67%, so it's not terrible. So I'm not sure if a lot of you are not receiving our messages, what the solution to that is. Sometimes there's a technical solution. We can provide that to you to give to your IT people, Constant Contact. I prefer not go all to Google separate individual mails distribution lists because that is also a problem. But I'm willing to entertain other options. I'm assuming many groups here use Constant Contact or a similar system. Like how many people around the room have not received messages from us through?
And Dave Ulrich said he didn't get any notification,
Okay.
so.
I think early on, my systems, whatever intercepting programs we had, capture them, so I don't know if it's that people aren't on or that
Yeah.
we getting interested.
But that's what's happening with mine too. They're going to either spam or we have a thing called clutter that grabs things. But then we also get an email every week saying, here are things that are in your clutter that you may want to look at. And then I figured it out.
Okay.
Once that happens to your system, can you do the, safe sender situation and eliminate that?
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, and you
You
just
can.
yell loud enough at your computer if you can fix it.
You sometimes have to double check that
Yeah.
all of the possible iterations of the sentence.
Right. The other thing that may have happened to some people, I know it happened to some people, so we at NERC initiated a different newsletter format, which involved pushing out newsletters all the time. And that grabbed all of our distribution lists. It should not have grabbed this distribution list. If you unsubscribed from NERC because you got lambasted with a bunch of newsletter things, you're now blocked to get anything from us, but we can put you back in just this list and fix it. So if you remember unsubscribing because you just got bombarded with NERC messages, please also let me know and we'll fix it so you would only get CAWS and you'll never hear another thing from NERC again. So I did, before this meeting, start emailing people who I'd noticed had not opened and I expected to be here separately. So some folks may have gotten late notice because of that. I'll try to keep an eye on that going forward. But check your spam, check your clutter, and if you can, approve. It will say Northwestern Indiana Regional Planning Commission via constant contact. It says something. I'll send you authorized by constant contact. But anyway, also check the contact information and give us any updates or changes. Some organizations, I know their firewalls will screen it out if it looks like it went to a list. So then we make them their own little list in constant contact, but that eliminates the whole value of using constant contact. But that is another option we can do if you talk to your IT people and they say they're screening based on being on a list. But in general, if you can't find anything from us, send a email directly, and you have my card and Joe's card, and we'll try to figure out exactly what the problem is, whether we need to give you instructions for your IT people or other instructions, or whether we need to just send you separate. Okay.
So Kathy, going through this list, do you want us to individually email you? I mean, like, there's a couple of retirements on here, Danny Finale, John Goss.
That way it's
A
trackable
couple
in email.
of job changes.
Are you? Which list are you?
What was in the blue folder? The Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, I thought I took out John Goss myself.
John Goss should be stricken from the list that way, since he's retired.
Oh, I thought I did,
And
so
Floyd Myers is also retired from.
I knew John Goss was retired.
And Todd's now with the state of Wisconsin. What's his title? Do you know, Matt?
Who was the other person that retired? Floyd?
I don't have his new title. He said that to me. He's a commissioner, I think.
Why don't everyone write any changes you know on your list and give them back to me, and then we'll send you out. What?
Email it. Email.
Email it? Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure it was right, and then I also wanted to check if the member list was previously up on the website. Does anyone have objections if the member list, because we're posting your contact information? Okay. So tasks. So we maintained and update the membership. We built and maintain email distribution lists, which are still in some technical difficulty, but we'll continue to work on that. We're to convene monthly calls of the steering committee. We've convened 6 calls so far this year, and set a standing time of 8:30 on the second Tuesday. No, fourth Tuesday. 8 Tuesday of the month.
That shows up on my card.
We had to get up really early to get here. I know y'all did. So coordinate between CAWS and the federal resource agencies and the ACCRC, produce correspondence and business records on behalf of CAWS, schedule and facilitate technical webinars of topical interest. We have not done that to date. And staff at least 2 meetings per year. So this is our first meeting this year. And transfer the materials to our website, which we do have the website up. And we've sent out links to the website numerous times. So we will be putting the meeting summaries and all of that as the steering committee approves it onto the website. And I'm going way faster than I had to. Does anybody have any questions for us or about us or?
I actually do. I was trying to follow along and I.
Okay.
I'm just curious,
Okay.
you said there's a call, monthly calls or something?
That's one of the things actually I wanted to talk about. The steering committee had been meeting by just scheduling, the Great Lakes Commission was scheduling doodle polls all the time to schedule meetings. We're trying to move to a solid routine schedule it's taken us a little while to get that off the ground, but so people could plan around it or plan for it. And those are the steering committee members, and that was one of my things to bring up in the next steps, but I'm way early, so we could bring it up now. In the operating principles document on page, steering committee, I marked that. Page 4, the steering committee were volunteers, 6 to 8 members. Will volunteer for this role and will serve a 2-year term, but may withdraw at any time. So that was one of my things. Did anyone want to be removed from the steering committee? Or did anyone want to volunteer to be on the steering committee? And on the list, I've flagged the steering committee. The steering committee members now are Molly Flanagan at the Alliance for the Great Lakes, Lisa Freedy is that Freedy? At the Chemical Industry Council of Illinois, John Quayle at Friends of the Chicago River, Betty Sutton, who is now the director of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, Matt Doss, Bob Wakeman, Rebecca Mason at the Illinois Chamber of Commerce, Josh Ellis, the Metropolitan Planning Council, Kay Nelson at the Northwest Indiana Forum, and Bob Hirschfield at the Prairie Rivers Network.
I'd like to volunteer if they can attend.
Volunteering tonight. Is there an approval process or you just volunteer? Let's see.
I just would ask the general question, the principals outlined 6 to 8 members, and I'm just wondering if we want to try to keep it at that size. And recognize that these folks that are currently the 6 to 8 are a year into our process, right, Josh? Aren't we about a year old?
Yeah.
So, just a thought for folks to consider before we get much bigger.
Yeah, I mean, so again, going back to this document on page 5, at the first 2019 meeting, which this technically is, and then I think there's a missing word after that, in each of the years thereafter. The group shall invite volunteers to join the steering committee, replacing those committee members whose terms expired. The outgoing steering committee will review volunteer candidates for the incoming steering committee and select a group that represents the diverse perspective of the group. So I think if we have volunteers that want to be on the steering committee moving forward, then we need to receive those interests, like Susan just volunteered Dave, and then in a subsequent steering committee phone call, review those and make a decision.
Okay.
Does that also mean that some folks' terms will have expired or will be expired?
They've expired, although everyone is welcome to volunteer to do it again.
And I am still...
They were intended to be 2 years from the time of writing this document, which was April of 2018. So I think the notion was that in 2020, we might have new steering committee members.
And I've been communicating with, not with Betty Sutton, but with a staff person at the cities initiative, and she does want to take over whatever they were doing before. But I haven't actually got a chance to talk to her about what that means. So I don't know if she's going to want to continue to do that. But right now, it looks like we have 10, so we're already larger. But I think we'll take the Nature Conservancy back to the steering committee for discussion. Does that seem like the process?
Yeah, and I'd say if there are any other volunteers that are interested in serving, we should collect that.
Yep.
And then if folks on the steering committee wish to renew or step down, we need to assess that one too.
Okay. So I would encourage people, if they want to be on the steering committee, and the steering committee sort of tells me what to do. And does early review of notes and suggests things for these agendas. And we worked a long time on some letters last year and then decided not to do them. But so that's kind of the role and just organizing things going forward. If people want to just email me if they're interested in the steering committee, or if you're on the steering committee and you really don't want to do that anymore, also let me know. So we'll have a balanced slate to discuss at the next steering committee. And I feel like that is really all of my report on NERC activities. Does anybody have any other questions or concerns going forward? I think this is kind of almost the beginning of rolling out these operating principles, so I think it's okay that we're all feeling our way a little bit.
Question?
Yep.
For the steering committee, we obviously represent either a coalition of folks or an organization. Say Bob Wakeman decides to step down from the steering committee. Do I have the option of seeking a representative from that organization to fill my position? Or does it just become an open seat for any organization to fill?
Well, and that's a really good question, because that's sort of where we're at with Dave Ulrich. So he retired from the city's initiative, but he had been a steering committee member. So I don't know. I would go with the will of the group.
And I don't know if
it seems like the members,
operating principles cover that. But
the memberships are based on organization, not individual. But we do want the individuals representing the organization to have some background. That's my understanding of reading the operating principles. And I'm looking to the people who've been around the table a while.
Listen, the operating principle, this is not the Constitution, right?
Yeah,
This is like
right.
This is like a nice, pretty formal handshake agreement between each other about how we're going to operate, right? So I think if, I don't know, I guess in the spirit in which these were written, and I'm saying all this as the person who drafted this up first.
That's why I keep looking at you.
The spirit in which this was written was that that the membership at this group is the organization, and then the steering committee is individuals around the table who are willing to help guide the facilitator. So I guess I would say, if you personally want to step down, that it's not necessarily the organization that would be on the steering committee, it's an individual who's willing to commit that additional time to help shape the agenda. And then they should, if that's the case, and someone from the organization wants to volunteer, they should. And the steering committee will take a look at it and just make sure that the representation is diverse across our industry sectors and everything that are here, and our people who are committed to doing what it says the steering committee should do to help Kathy and her team move forward.
Lisa?
Thank you for pointing that out, because I was just going to bring that up. I agree with you, everything you said. I think the group must remain diverse.
Yep.
That is an absolute key for that steering committee.
Right. Any other? So the steering committee is individuals who volunteer and are willing from among the group membership. But
Right, so, you know, in a case like Dave, and I'm talking about someone who's not here, but I mean, Dave's no longer a representative of an organization who's a member here. So the question then is, what is someone like Dave's relationship to the whole thing? Is he an ex officio member? Is he like an emeritus or something because he's been around for a while? And then could he still volunteer to be on the steering committee? And if we need a amendment to these principles to say like you have to be an existing, you have to be a member to be on the steering committee or something like that, we can tweak this. It's intended to be a living document.
And that was one of my questions that I should have asked in the membership part was, do we have a category for individuals to be members, or it has to be a stakeholder group? No. Clearly we don't have.
Hey, Josh?
We covered a lot of ground in these, so I'm gonna go back. I
Yeah.
didn't memorize them all.
Oh, who's on the phone?
Josh.
Hey, Dave.
Josh,
Oh, Dave.
Yep.
You can do whatever you want with me. I'm delighted to continue to serve. Or if you don't want me around anymore, that's okay too. So I'm on my way down to the meeting now, now that I know about it. And
Yeah, hence the problem.
it's fine.
I was explaining to everyone some of the problems we're having with our email distribution software and people. So apologize about that, Dave.
Yeah, I heard it.
And now I'm going to
I
get
heard
your.
all of that. So,
Okay.
so that's fine. And Betty Sutton does represent
Mm-hmm.
the city's initiative. And I don't know, I consider myself a Great Lakes ambassador at large at this point in my
Yeah.
life. And you can, again, I do have a lot of history on the issue. I still am a commissioner with the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. I don't know if they're represented or not. And still a member of the Great Lakes Water Quality Board until the end of December at least. So again, I got plenty to do in my life, and I'd be happy to continue to contribute or not. So whatever the group decides is fine with me.
Yep.
The Great Lakes Fishery Commission is a resource group member, so that means they're not a stakeholder member. And their representatives currently are Mark Gaden and Al House. And they have been to one meeting in the December 18 meeting.
Yeah,
So,
so again, the way it's
Right.
currently written, and we can make changes.
Yep.
And Dave, I love you, I want to figure out a way for you to continue to be involved. It does say members may include stakeholder organizations, doesn't say anything here about individuals.
yeah.
And then it says in the part about the steering committee, that it's the full group will maintain and identify steering committee. The steering committee is a subset of the group meeting, it's a subset of the members. So it says, the way it's currently written, you have to be a member of the group. And so if you want to make the Great Lakes Fishery Commission a member of the group, and then Dave can stay on the steering committee, fine by me.
Well, the other thing though is that I think we had, in some cases, we had members and then they had an alternate
Right.
that would, represent the stakeholder group if the primary member couldn't be there. So if Betty Sutton were to be the formal representative from the city's initiative as their director, she could designate Dave Ulrich as an alternate.
Well, I think she's designated her other staff person as the alternate, who's Jane. Name is escaping me right now. Now the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, that's made up of state agencies, isn't it? Yes.
No, it's no, if I can correct that, it was created by a convention in 1956. It is akin to the International Joint Commission, so it is an entity created by the two federal governments. And members of the commission are appointed by each country and represent the country. Now, state government and provincial government is heavily involved, but they are not formally commissioners or members of the commission.
So they are on the list. They were on the list as a resource group. Would that meet what Dave just described, meet the definition of a stakeholder group? Member groups are.
I think way back when we decided with federal and state government, as well as these international entities, that they would not be stakeholder members, but rather would be resource group members.
Okay. So that would leave Dave as a resource. not a member at this point, unless there's a desire
Well,
to
unless,
change this.
unless the city's initiative designates him as an alternate. I mean, because he's
Mhm.
been participating historically
Right.
in that capacity, in that connection.
Right. They have not, at this communication point, done that. I'm gonna look up that lady second. Well, I won't do that right now.
This seems like something we could resolve offline.
Yeah, okay.
I'd
We
like
will
to get this
discuss
discussion.
this more with the steering committee. Yeah, okay.
If I could add one comment, though, as folks are watching the transition on the steering committee with the 1 to 2 year timeframes,
Mhm.
recognize that Lisa Lynn and I are 3 of this whole group. I know, representing, let me finish my sentence, representing the business, private sector community. And so you'll see our names staying on it longer than some of the others. It's because there's an opportunity for rotation amongst the environmental stakeholders. So, didn't want anybody to get mad.
I like volunteers.
I have one other question.
Okay.
And then a comment. The question, maybe you guys talked about this when I was out of the room, so I'm sorry if that happened, but what kind of time are we talking about?
Or
To be on the advisory committee? Steering committee? Steering committee.
3 years.
What, 2 years, an hour once a month?
How much time?
Oh,
an hour once a month.
An hour once a month. Hour once a month.
and really some of them have been 15 minutes.
Yeah, kind of depends on what we're talking about.
And, well, maybe reviewing materials, so the steering committee is, at least the last meeting, they reviewed the minutes. Some of them reviewed letters,
1 to 2 hours of your time
a month,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's minimal.
Okay. And I think we should probably come to some consensus on who should be in the group, because this is pretty broadly written, and maybe it was meant to be broadly written, but it's not clear who's actually eligible to be on there, other than a subset.
What do you mean by who's eligible?
Gotta be a member.
Gotta be a member of the group, that's clear.
But you have to define, yeah, it doesn't really, well, it says subset of the full group, but is the full group the stakeholders, or is
Yeah,
it the
that's-
whole group?
It's defined earlier where it talks about membership of the whole group. It says the group is made up of members, here's what a member is. So then when the steering committee is described as being a subset of the group, whatever legal term you want to use, that means thus everyone must be members of the group, or else they wouldn't.
I did include in the packet the list of the actual advisory committee member organizations as of October 2017. And so those are just the stakeholder members, not the ex officio or resource group members. Those are listed at the back, but the stakeholder members have a paragraph describing them. So I don't know if that helps clarify anything or not. This is called the reference book, Chicago Area Waterway System Aquatic Invasive Species Stakeholder Group Reference Book. Advisory Committee Member Organizations. I believe I got that off we got that off the website, your website, and put it on our website.
Forgot about some of those people.
Mm-hmm.
So our next steering committee is going to be talking about this further. is that
We
right?
can talk about that. You want to just talk about that as steering committee? So for example, Bob is on the steering committee representing the Great Lakes panel, and I don't know that
It's not
I,
on there.
on the list, so
I was gonna ask about that.
that's a question in my mind too, but I didn't want to
So this list needs to be updated
Yeah.
on top of the spreadsheet.
Right, so that was what I started to do with my little page with the shed and the Illinois Indiana Sea Grant. So that would be my paragraph that I would then migrate to the member list. And, but if any of the other organizations are in the wrong column, want to be in a different column, we can talk about that later. I just wanted,
That document was in the folder.
Yeah,
it should have been in the folder.
it's
but-
back on the right-hand side.
So I'm putting that on the steering committee's to-do list. And so that's what the member update was, like contacting people, do they still want to be members, do they not want to be members? If they don't, answer me in a period of time. Some of them, I think, Lisa, you said, oh, well, they're members of our organization, so,
Yeah, General Iron's a member of mine, so they don't.
Yeah, so they're not really a separate member, so, and that's where we, so I think I took them off. Yeah, so the ones that the steering committee had already talked about, for the most part, either going off or on, I changed that. If we haven't talked about them, then we can do that. Is that kind of the will of the group to talk about this offline at the steering committee? Okay. I'm glad we're doing all this organizational stuff. So the next item, I think that completes my report. And beyond my report. And now we're 15 minutes ahead of schedule. And I'm not sure if our presenters will be ready 15 minutes ahead of schedule. But
Check, see if they're on the line.
are Amy or Aaron?
Yeah, Amy's here. Good morning.
Okay. So I asked Bill Bullen from EPA to give us an overview of the ACCRC action plan and introduce some presenters.
Can we check to see if Aaron Cup
Is Aaron Cup on?
as well? Says he is.
He is. Is Aaron? That's kind of weird the way it.
Try to get hold of him, Jim? Yeah.
Hey, good morning, folks. This is Mike Weimer with Fish and Wildlife Service as well.
So Aaron's not on yet? But we could do.
So we get started. And
We could start and then okay.
Did you want to start your
Kathy,
presentation?
from my end, we're getting a lot of feedback on our side, play that. I don't know if you all hear that or not.
No. All the time you're getting feedback?
I just hear an echo.
Oh, were we supposed to mute the?
Ours is muted. Everybody turn off their microphones unless you're using them. That'll probably help that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, okay. But then they might not be able to hear us.
Just turn on your speaker.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we're ready to rock and roll?
Yep.
I have 13 slides to get through. I'll go through this, take any questions and comments or concerns you might have during the presentation, so I can pause. I am the ACRC co-chair along with Mike Weimer, who's on the phone with us. Next slide, please, Dominique. So this is our purpose for the ACRC. We're to prevent the migration of Asian carp into the Great Lakes. We've done a very effective job of that, in my opinion, to date. Next slide, please. And this is really the main vehicle by which we communicate to our stakeholders, to you all, to Congress, to OMB, Office of Management and Budget, everybody else. We do an annual action plan. The action plan is comprised of all of our many different control activities, prevention activities, monitoring activities. Really, it's the comprehensive approach to Great Lakes defense that we put together every year. This annual plan is reviewed by all the 28 ACRC member agencies, 28 members being federal family, all the Great Lakes states, our Canadian partners, and one tribe now, the Grand Traverse Tribe of Michigan. It does support the Illinois DNR, John's going to talk about this later on, their annual waterway monitoring response plan,
and it supports the goal of the National Asian Carp Plan as well, and Greg could maybe address that if you want to talk about the National Carp Plan, Greg? Can you take just a minute and touch on it?
Sure, I can do that. So the national plan was developed by a group of stakeholders and approved by the Aquatic Beasts and Species Task Force in 2007. And we have a number of different groups that are developing regional, what we call frameworks for control and management of Asian carp in different parts of their range. So primarily within the Mississippi River Basin, basin-wide, and then the Great Lakes. So we have the Fish and Wildlife Service works with the ACRCC to develop the action plan for the Great Lakes, and the service then also works with the Mississippi Interstate Cooperative Resource Association, the group that I'm here representing today, to develop frameworks to implement the national plan throughout the Mississippi River Basin. So right now the focus is on Upper Mississippi and the Ohio River basins, but the appropriations language that Kay mentioned earlier, with the increase proposed for 2020 by the Senate, would expand that to all 6 sub-basins that MICRA works with in the Mississippi River Basin. So all of these groups work together to address the National Asian Carp Plan and the 7 goals that are included in that plan. So prevention, control, research, outreach, that kind of, all the different goals that are included there. So,
thank you, Greg.
Anything else?
That's it. So again, we do this annual plan. It does get shared with the Office of Management Budget and cleared by the Office of Management Budget. And this is our comprehensive approach to protecting the Great Lakes and doing actions with the Chicago waterway. Next slide, please, Dominic. So this is the ACRCC. I think you've seen this before. Again, 28 federal, state, provincial, and 1 tribal entity comprise the ACRCC. We have a federal executive committee, just the feds. In case there's anything that the ACRC cannot get collaboratively decided, it gets elevated to the Federal Executive Committee for decision. And the reason there's a Federal Executive Committee is, primarily these are federally funded actions, except for Michigan does contribute money, Ohio does contribute money. Bob, maybe Wisconsin could contribute money in the future. Welcome to here or there. Just joking. But anyway, the purpose of the Federal Executive Committee is that those issues that need to be decided at a high level are decided by that committee. We have, and John's going to address this in a minute, John Rogner is going to address the Monitoring Response Work Group that's chaired by Illinois DNR and the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. We have a communications work group too, and I'd like to highlight that group. If you remember back in the day when the message used to get out ahead of us and we had all those bad press, new articles and everything, now we're ahead of the curve on that issue. I think we try to stay ahead of the press and keep those fake news items out of there if we can. Next slide, please. This is a really important slide. This is why we think we're doing such a great job protecting the Great Lakes. So if you look at the red, that's where all life stages are. So that's in the Peoria Pool. If you look at the orange, that's the Starved Rock Pool. That's where there are some adults, some Asian carp that are less than 6 inches, but not all life stages are present. The Marseilles Pool is where there have been some adult carp, Asian carp caught, and it is potential spawning grounds. But the good news there is, if they spawn in the Marseilles Pool, they drift down to the Starved Rock Pool. Finally, Dresden Island Pool is where the adult population front is, and we have not documented spawning there in, how many years, John, do you know? 5 or 6, yeah. So that's the good news from this slide, that the population front is not advancing. In fact, we're being pulling it back primarily through the state's commercial harvest activities. To date, they've taken, I think, 8 million pounds of Asian carp, primarily in the Peoria Pool and the Starved Rock Pool. Next slide, please. Beyond the Chicago River waterway system, we're also concerned about some other pathways, and we're working to eliminate those potential pathways other than the Chicago River waterway system. One that we just completed a year or 2 ago is Eagle Marsh in Indiana. There's 2 more that we're going to be working on, and next slide, please, I'll address those. We'll go back again, I'm sorry. So those 2 arrows are in Ohio. The one's a little killbuck, is the Ohio Erie Canal. We are anticipating closing those in the next couple of years. Ohio Erie will be closed actually in December of 2019, and we're working on doing the design and construction on the Ohio Erie Canal starting this year as well. Next slide, please. So again, what are our key initiatives in 2019 going into 2020? So the Army Corps has put in a new electric barrier to replace the demo barrier, so they're going to have 4 operating systems. We're going to have the demo barrier, new barrier 1, barrier 2A and 2B are going to be operational by, I think, the year 2020, 2021. We're going to be talking about future control activities at Brandon Road. Amy and Aaron are on the line to talk, Amy about the complex sound, and Aaron about the CO2 project. And again, we're addressing those secondary air basin pathways, the Ohio Erie Canal and Little Kilbuck. John's I'm going to skip this next one. John's going to talk more about the targeted commercial harvest that the state of Illinois is leading on behalf of the ASRCC. Next slide, please, Dominique. And again, we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket as far as stopping Asian carp with electric barriers. We want to we're looking at underwater sound, we're looking at CO2. We're also looking at, this is not on the slide, barge entrainment. So we're looking at bubble barrier curtains and some other issues to make sure that Asian carp aren't entrained between the rake front or the back of a barge and the rake front of a barge, the void space. Early detection monitoring and assessment, so we're monitoring primarily through the state of Illinois, upstream and downstream of the electric dispersal barriers, very intense monitoring. And there's comprehensive EDNA monitoring of the entire Great Lakes conducted by Fish and Wildlife Service. So they're out there every year in every lake looking for Asian carp EDNA in case something gets past us and we're not aware of. Next slide, please. The state of Illinois is ready to do incident command if need be. If there's a carp caught above the barriers, we can put resources on the ground within 12 to 24 hours. And it's an interagency coordinated response. So not only DNR assets, Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, whoever we need to have on the ground, we get them there within, again, 12 to 24 hours. There are emerging threats, black carp and grass carp. Now, grass carp are more a threat in the western basin of Lake Erie. Congressman Capter and Congressman Joyce are all over that issue. Again, that's primarily in the western basin of Lake Erie. Black carp are advancing up the Illinois River. We are concerned about that. Just to give you the lifestyles of Asian carp, grass carp are vegetation feeders, big head and silvers are top feeders, and black carp are bottom feeders. So if all 4 species get into an environment, you're going to lose that. You're going to lose the entire ecosystem. Greg talked very briefly about interbasin collaboration. So we are working together with our partners in Kentucky, Tennessee, Upper Mississippi, Ohio River, and Lower Mississippi as well. Next slide, please. This is our funding for 19, so it kind of lays it out pretty well. GLRI and agency funding, if you look at prevention, most of the agency funding is by the Army Corps base budget to build and maintain the electric barriers. But we do also commit significant GLRI monies to prevention. Control is the removal activities, primarily led by the state of Illinois. It's largely GLRI funded to a much lesser degree by DNR. Monitoring, again, that's more Great Lakes monitoring and states monitoring above and below the electric dispersal barriers. Control technologies you're going to hear about in a minute. We're putting significant GLRI money toward those control technologies, primarily acoustic deterrence and CO2. Black carp, again, is an emerging threat. That funding is going up year to year, and grass carp funding is going up year to year as well. Is a threat posed in the western basin of Lake Erie. Next slide, please. This shows an agency by agency funding total for GLRI and agency funding. Again, I just want to highlight most of the Army Corps money is going toward build out and maintenance of the electric barriers. Significant GLRI resources go to the state of Illinois. Primarily, we fund their actions 100% through the GLRI. That's a lot of commercial harvest, fishing, seining, netting, and monitoring. Next slide, please. For more information, please contact or go to the website asiancarp.us or contact Mike and I. Mike, I'll pause here. Anything you want to add to the presentation at this point in time?
I guess I'll just reiterate a couple of points you made, Bill. Thanks. Again, just stress basin collaboration and interbasin approach, which is really key. I mean, obviously, ATRCC is focused on preventing the movement of fish up to the Illinois waterway, but as one sub-basin goes, so go the other. So working across those different basin boundaries is going to be a path forward directed by the national plan that Greg spoke about. And just one other little, I guess we'll say plug for the action plan. I think it's, Bill, what is it, 10 years now, and so I want to say that we don't remain static in terms of the approach taken within both the action plan as well as the monitoring response plan. Those are both adaptive strategies, so each year, there is continuity to some of the key projects, fish removal and so forth, but we're always looking to improve and to really take the fight to the fish, not waiting, for the threat to move forward toward the lake, but what can we do to actually push back and address some of those source populations? So I'll stop there, thanks.
So one thing about the action plan, back in the early years, Mike said we've been doing this for 10 years now. We used to fund a lot of research back in the day. Now more of our money goes to control actions and activities, commercial harvest, the alternative technologies. So we are far more focused on control efforts at this point in time than we ever have been in the past. We're dedicated, that's the top priority for the GLRI funding, is to go toward those control activities. Are there any questions before I move on to my last slide? Yes.
Can you go back one slide, please, Dominique?
Yes.
What is the $300,000 going to Michigan DNR to do?
The $300,000 was actually going to the, I think, the state of Illinois. Is that?
No, you've got Illinois DNR is getting $6 million, then Michigan DNR $300,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's grass carp, Michigan DNR.
Okay,
That's
thank
grass
you.
carp, yeah. So, the state of Michigan cost shares with us. So $300,000 GLI and the committee, $250,000 of money toward that effort.
Bill?
Yes.
What's the time period for the 2019? Is it calendar year or fiscal year?
Fiscal year.
Okay, so you're starting your, will be beginning the FY20?
Yes, we're starting the action plan development right now for FY20. In fact, the project templates were due yesterday, and we've got most of them in between yesterday and today. So that's good news.
And this funding is FY19 funding?
FY19, yeah.
Bill, do you have, you talked about the 4 species.
These are mics,
Maybe
so
these are
also-
for the. So exciting and quiet.
There's people online that can't see any of the slides. And then
Bill, you,
also my
you mentioned the 4 Asian carp species. I'm glad we're finally
hear
getting
all the
to that
conversation,
point.
but when he spoke up,
And
it's not coming
there's,
through. He's supposed to present.
Oh,
obviously,
okay. But we could hear Amy.
there are
Did
different
he has to
threats
call
going
in on
on
the
here.
phone?
And obviously,
Did he call
at
in
least
and
one
set
of
up
them
in?
is now in
I'll
the
ask,
Great
yeah.
Lakes. So that's a whole question in my mind about how that happened and what can we actually do once they're in the Great Lakes. But the other question I had about this is how, do you have an idea how this is split up in funding per species?
Mike, I can't think off the top of my head how it's broken out by species.
Well, yeah, I can take a crack at it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sitting in a car without paper.
Dominique,
Yeah, in terms of the overall breakout, the heavy emphasis on the funds is still clearly on prevention, focused on big head and silver carp, the work we do in the Illinois waterway, the work CAWS and so forth. So I think one could say that some of those actions are in fact would be, I'll say, multi-species beyond big head silver, would in fact include the other species. But again, the heavy emphasis remains on preventing, number one, prevention of big head silver from moving up through the waterway into Lake Michigan and the Great Lakes. That would also include, if you look at the Glimmer secondary pathway work that's being done right now in Ohio. Again, that's focused on big head and silver, but would also include those additional benefits for black carp if in fact they made their way up the system.
So Mike, I know you're driving.
I
got the slide up now.
Okay.
So
Okay, great.
for black carp, it's about $1 million. For grass carp, it's about $2 million. And I'm looking at the total agency and GLRI budget. So if you look at the overall budget, take out that $19 million up at the top there that the Army Corps is dedicated to the base fund for the electric barriers. The significant amount of money is going toward silver and big head carp.
So he can see the slides now, and the other people can too, it sounds like. But he did call in, and it's still, except,
Yeah, which one? We couldn't figure out which one he was maybe he's muted. Did he mute himself?
Yes, so
Can you repeat the question for
the people
anyone?
muted that called it?
So the question is, are there 2 additional barriers going into the electric dispersal barrier location in Romeoville, Illinois? There's 1 new barrier being built at that location. It's currently in the water now. They're doing the testing and verification of it. Expect it to go online either this fiscal year or next fiscal year. So there'll be a total of 4 electric barriers in the waterway at the Romeoville location. I think we're going to have a lunchtime presentation from the Army Corps on that as well.
Hey, Bill. Can you go back up to the slide where the other pathways were in Ohio? Can you give any more information on those 2 areas that you said that you're just closing down? What do you mean by that? What is that?
Okay, so, good question, Mark.
It's the map with the circles.
Oh, the map with the circles.
Circle.
How,
That one.
here,
Yeah.
okay.
So this is where waters from the south can connect with waters to the north. It's basically an overland connection during flooding periods. Little Killbuck and Ohio Erie Canal. So the state of Ohio and the Army Corps of Engineers is on the lead on that one. Little Killbuck is going to be, or I'm sorry, the Ohio Erie Canal is going to be closed off this December. That separation to be separated. It's basically a berm and a barrier type of design.
Hydrological separation?
Hydrologic separation. Same thing for Little Killbuck. It's going to be hydrologic separation. Currently, the state of Ohio is in negotiations with the landowners to try to get a permanent easement, and that's going to be the same kind of thing, hydrologic separation.
Yeah, I just had to sign.
The berm.
Those are not navigable right now.
No, no, it's not navigable. It's overland flow. That would be the hydraulic connection. There's no watercraft that per se to go between those 2 areas.
Thank you. Separation at the 100-year flood elevation.
All right, thank you.
Jim Dunker just reminded me, it's the separation at the 100-year flood event. Yes, in the back.
Yeah, I had 2 questions about the movement of fish, and I'm not a fish biologist, but I was on the Great Lakes Legislative Caucus tour, and we went to Rock Run Rookery, and DNR did this amazing demonstration of their fishery effectiveness, and within about 15 minutes of going out and setting nets, they caught more than 30 fish, including both bighead and silver carp. And that's 6 miles from Brandon Road. So I guess I'd like to understand a little bit more about how, when you're talking about pushing the front of fish back, what you mean by that, given that high concentration of fish so close to Brandon Road?
I don't have the granularity about Rock Run Rookery, but we do know there are adults, that are there. At Starved Rock, is that near Rock Run Rookery?
No, Rock Run Rookery is 6 miles from Brandon.
Oh, Jim, go ahead. Turn your mic on.
Rock Run Rookery's in the Dresden Pool, about 6 miles below Brandon Road. And it's the furthest northernmost place that the commercial fishermen can routinely go and catch fish. They don't catch a lot of fish out of Rock Run. A lot of big header silver carp out of Rock Run, but they can consistently go back there, and they do hit it on their routine sampling and stuff. So that's kind of looked at by the biologists as the leading front of the leading edge of the population front. And there's been some discussion within this group over what that definition means, but that's where the commercial fishermen and DNR can routinely go and get a few fish. And I think they probably pull out less than 50 in a year.
Well, I'm saying I was there and watched them catch 30 fish in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
As a demonstration. So there were quite a lot of fish there, and that was September 20th.
Okay. Yeah.
And Jim, is that a backwater habitat?
Yeah, it's a side channel habitat on the right descending bank.
So you would expect a habitat like that to sort of concentrate fish?
Yeah.
So that may not be reflective of the population at large in that Dresden, and I can speak to that, but.
And when they fish throughout the rest of the Dresden pool, they don't catch fish in nearly that concentration. And so they catch primarily down near the confluence with the Kankakee, just upstream of Dresden Island, but then they'll catch just a few out in the main channel, and then they can go up to Rock Run and fish tracking has shown that the fish will at times go out into the main channel up towards Brandon, but they pretty quickly turn around and head back downstream.
And then a quick follow-up question. I understood that for a while USGS was looking at pesticides that were specific to Asian carp. Is that research that's still going on?
Work was done ourselves with University of Illinois. The University of Illinois just, Corey Susky released a paper on it, and we, about 6 weeks ago, I guess, it got a lot of press at the time, but they were looking at all the water quality constituents that come out of Chicago, and what's the correlation with degraded water quality with the population front, and if that might have an effect in that stalling of the population front.
Right, but is there ongoing research by USGS or another agency on carp-specific pesticides?
Yeah, that study was completed and the results are being published, and the data's online already, but the analysis is just being published, and then it's being put forward as a new study in this next round of GLRI funding.
So they've done pond studies of the pesticide, but beyond that, one of the unfortunate things for the US EPA and the GLRI is we need end users. So, we need somebody willing to then pick up this chemical, this pesticide, and apply it in state waters. So that's the next big stretch. And that's several years off.
And I think those are two separate. Development of the pesticide is ongoing, and then the water quality conditions in the CAWS, coming out of the CAWS, is a separate study.
Right.
I'm a little confused about that because I was up at the Wisconsin demonstration area for the CO2, which was quite fascinating. And I thought there was a discussion there, unless I made this up, that this pesticide existed, had been licensed, had been approved by the EPA, and was being used. Was I hallucinating for this?
So
My notes
the
say.
evaluation of those pesticides is being done up at the UMass lab in La Crosse, USGS UMass lab. And so they've looked at a couple different pesticides over time, and there's those evaluations are still going on. I think anamycin is one of the pesticides they're looking at, but that's still kind of an ongoing study. But I'm not sure what part are you.
Were you speaking specifically to CO2 with that demonstration?
Yes, the demonstration at Kakana was just CO2.
It was just CO2, but afterwards, we went into the shed because it was raining, and there was a discussion that EPA had approved this, and that it had been used in some ponds, and that expected it to move forward, and that the licensing had been done in such a way that it couldn't be lost because it was being done by federal agencies.
Aaron, my co-worker.
Thanks very much.
That's
Somebody's
having
on their phone.
communication
Somebody
problems
needs
right
to
now is probably the lead person to talk to on that.
Someone needs to be thrown.
But if he gets on here, we can resolve the mic issue, we might be able to say a little more about it.
Registration and
Okay,
license.
Ron Thomas is us.
Other than CO2, I think.
Cities.
So, Aaron, back on that.
Bill, this is Mark again, I had another question.
You have been muted.
Just for
Unmute
clarification,
yourself. Press the star
according
key
to
to
this
right.
map,
We're Ron Thomas.
the Brandon Road pool is not the leading edge population, correct? Am I reading this right?
That is correct.
The resident island pool, and if they're catching handfuls of carp 6 miles south of Brandon Road,
That's the resident.
That's in the Dresden pool.
south of Brandon, okay, so Brandon Road pool is above, Brandon Road is,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
The 2019 Regional Coordination Plan has, I think it's in one of the appendix, it does say something about licensing of pesticides and pursuing that. In reviewing that, I saw it in the appendices. So there is some information in the coordination plan about that addresses your question.
And Lynn, I think when Aaron Cupp gets on the line, he can answer more directly. But that presentation was up in Cocoon. Any other questions? I mean, can you go to my very last slide, please?
This is
So there is the Brandon Road selected plan, and we're going to hear from Amy McGovern and Aaron Cupp here in a minute. So I want to point out, again, we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket with electric barriers. So that's why we are committed as an ACRCC to the other types of barriers, the fish entrainment deterrents, the engineered channel, the acoustic fish deterrent, the flushing lock concept. So again, we hope that Brandon Road would get funded and we could drop in a lot of technologies around electric barriers. With that, Amy, you want to take it over at this point?
I might have to unmute her. 1 second.
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna take a second here to,
Sure, can everybody hear me now?
Never mind. She's not muted.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes, Amy.
Okay, I lost you all for a minute there, but we're back. Okay. Well, Dominique, if you could help me transfer over to our slides here for the acoustic, that would be appreciated.
Yep. There you are.
So for the folks who don't know me, I'm Amy McGovern. I'm our program manager for the Services AIS program here in the Great Lakes Upper Mid region, and I'm physically located just out of Minneapolis. Just wanted to say that I do appreciate the invitation and the chance to update you all remotely. As Bill said, we have a commitment to testing new technologies, and I think between Aaron, Cup, and myself, you'll get a good sense of the progress we're making to kind of think outside the box with these technologies, and hopefully get a sense of encouragement too along the way. Okay, go ahead to the second slide, Dominique. And I'm representing Department of the Interior for sound today. I know Dr. Mary Beth Bray is traveling. She may be calling in, but I will be kind of representing both the work that USGS and Fish and Wildlife Service are leading for sound. So testing new acoustic stimuli. The USGS has looked at 100 horsepower boat noise as a deterrent for Asian carp in the past, and is looking to kind of move beyond that. The playback for that noise contains a fair amount of energy outside of the hearing of most native and non-native species, which means we are really producing more frequencies at a higher decibel level than needed, and that increases wear on our sound equipment and our speaker equipment. And that's not cheap equipment, but the USGS is filtering that signal, and they're seeing that it's asymmetrical and contains non-100 horsepower noises. So by looking at the filtration of that, they're looking to find noises that can increase our long-term wear and tear of projectors and speakers. And USGS will be able to share a data analysis later this year on that study. So they're kind of dissecting sound and playing with what works best on Asian carp. And they're really using these sounds at the USGS facility down in Columbia, Missouri, CERC. This picture here is a field crew doing some sound mapping at one of the CERC ponds in preparation for one of the pond trials. Next slide. So the goal with the test of the new stimuli is to really determine if we can use these new engineered sounds to deter fish. And here, USGS is looking at the east and west pits of the Hansen Material Services site around Romeoville, Lockport area. And this first test will be during a unified fishing event that will be conducted in December of 2019, so later this year. And for those who haven't heard about unified fishing, it's a method which uses multiple gears and fishing techniques to remove fish. Can be very, very efficient and effective to do so. But sounds can also assist this unified fishing, and sounds can be used to drive or herd fish during the unified fishing event, as well as acting as a deterrent. Next slide, please. So the 2019 actions for acoustic deterrence that we have done, so many different sound-related activities are being planned for 20 that continue the 19 work. In addition to the field testing covered here that USGS is working on down at CERC and on the Illinois River, there will be support for continued laboratory studies on acoustic deterrence, which is really important for testing how these things behave in a lab and then taking them to the proof of concept stage in the field. The University of Minnesota Duluth, Al Mensinger, will continue to assess hearing capabilities of brass and black carp, which gets back to Lynn's question about, looking at all species, which is good. First, we need to look at the fish and their hearing capacity, and then the next stage will be looking at behavioral studies on these species as well. And Cirque is likely the place to do that since they are in black carp territory. So, next slide, please, Dominique. So the large-scale field tests, so 2 large-scale field tests are now underway at Barkley Lock in Kentucky and then Lock and Dam 19 in Iowa, Illinois. So these projects are really kind of the bread and butter of the acoustic work informed by all of these good research trials that USGS is working on. But they're supported through the Asian Carp Action Plan, as Bill said, and leveraged with federal base dollars. Both projects are outside of the Great Lakes Basin, as you can note, but that's also for a suite of very good reasons. To test technologies like sound in a lock environment, you really need it to be a pinch point for passage, meaning that the only way that a fish can get up or downstream is really through that lock chamber and not over the dam or through the gate in a high river situation. You want to be able to see where those carp are going, and you need an established population of Asian carp to tag and evaluate. And it also helps if there is some monitoring data as well as infrastructure present at the site. So we have a lot of receivers out there already that we can capitalize. So for these reasons, the sound arrays will be tested at Barkley and Lock and Dam 19 to see how they perform. And then ideally, we would transfer this technology to other areas to protect the Great Lakes. So this is Barkley Lock and Dam in the photo here, and you can see the red circle at the lock approach. This is where the acoustic deterrent will be placed. And obviously plenty of fish to test here. The state of Kentucky was doing an electrofishing demo for some local media this summer, and this video went viral online. I urge you to check it out, it's funny. But the service is working closely with USGS, the Nashville District of the Corps of Engineers in the state of Kentucky to implement the deployment and the evaluation. Next slide. So the system itself is designed by a company out of the UK called Fish Guidance Systems. The service awarded a design-build contract last fall, about a year ago, for a 3-year pilot study of their technology. And we are actually leasing the system for that period of time while we see how it works. We selected this system because it had tested very successfully in a lab setting up here at the University of Minnesota, and we wanted to take that to the next step to proof of concept in the field. And this type of system is installed on the bottom of the river at the lock approach and below miter sill depth, which is key, and some of the navigation folks out there can understand what that means, but it's important for navigation to continue as normal with this thing in place. And it has a protective housing unit, which you'll see in pictures coming up here, which prevents it from getting damaged by any large woody debris or vice versa, damaging any vessels that are passing over on top. So next slide, please. Got a Barkley research team that has a study design for monitoring and assessment of this system. And the team includes Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, University of Minnesota, and the state of Kentucky. The photo here is the existing Bemco array at Barkley, and this is maintained by Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife. So again, some existing infrastructure to use to start with to save some money. We will add on to what's here to beef up the monitoring with an HTI acoustic telemetry array to track more fine-scale movement at the bass, the bioacoustic fish fence. And I put a kind of a dashed green line in here so you can see where the bass will be placed on the bottom of the river. And again, it's basically a bubble curtain that has compressed air. So from the surface you'll see bubbles on the top. That's all you'll see along this green line. And it should be deployed at an angle in an effort to guide fish. Based on the technology and the sound that we're using from this company, fish will kind of move up and over to the shore area here where they would congregate, and hopefully not pass through. But we're using other hydroacoustic gears like an ARIS camera and side-scan sonar to track fish as well through this evaluation. Fish will be tagged below and released, as well as taken from above the dam, tagged and released and translocated, so we have motivated fish to track as well. Some fish are already tagged, but we will also be doing additional tagging events this fall as the water cools down in October, November, and then again in February, another round of tagging. Next slide, please, Dominique. So our timeline was originally to have the system installed the first week of June 2019, this summer. And this picture says it all. It was a summer of delays and a lot of frustration and dollar signs due to high water in the area and basically everywhere. But this project to install the system involves pretty heavy construction, which you'll see. So Mother Nature completely threw us off course with that this year. Next slide. Around this time of late June, there was also a tornado locally that devastated a popular marina in the area just above the dam and near that area. It's a very high recreation area. Next slide. So we were able to mobilize equipment, which is not a small feat, and waited out until water levels were favorable. But we also had a hard stop August 4, because neighboring Kentucky Lock, which is also a huge lock just down the road, that was being closed for routine maintenance and for the Corps, and Barkley needed to open while Kentucky was closed. So we had a hard stop of early August, and that made it a little bit tricky with the weather delays. Next slide. So we were able to use a lot of the existing real estate at the dam for some of our Connex boxes, for equipment. There you can see on the ledge there, and conduit placement. We are getting power for the system from an external utility line, so it's not to impact dam operations at all. And of course, this all needs to connect to this big compressor that's going to pump the air through for the bubble curtain. Next slide. So in late July, a week to spare before we had to close our project down, we were finally be able to do the milling work needed for to get the site ready for placement of the system. And of course, where we wanted to put the system, there was bedrock. So we had this nice drill here to do the milling work for the bedrock removal and excavation of the area. The depth of the system, the depth that it's placed is crucial to operations of the lock, and we needed to set it down further into the sediment. So the shore area to the right of the lock was also dredged so that we could potentially remove fish that are guided and are congregating sort of downstream of the bubble curtain. Next slide. So these photos give a good scale to the system itself. The concrete fabricates are the housing protective structure that you see here. And the speaker's lights and compressed air line will be set right in the middle of these concrete units down the middle. And 5 of these, as you see here, will be connected end to end along the bottom of the river across the lock approach and set into that excavated area. But they're huge. Next slide, Dominique. So a few more here on Lock and Dam 19, and then I'll take some questions. So now moving over to Keokuk, Iowa, where the second project is taking shape at Lock and Dam 19. USGS is the lead on the technology on this project. It's a different type of system consisting of an array of speakers to sonify an area versus using bubbles to contain sound in a plane. Preliminary engineering and design is being pursued now, as well as permitting, working with the Rock Island USACE office, and deployment for this set of speakers is targeted for later next year and will run for 1 year and be reevaluated to potentially run for a multi-year effort. Next slide. So one of the nice things about Lock and Dam 19 is that we have so much data to provide a starting point for evaluation. So that is great. Obviously, this is a high-head dam here, and fish can only pass through the lock. So we're working now to to look at potential locations for where speakers can be put at this lock approach. Next slide. And this just gives you an idea of a timeline for Lock and Dam 19, again with deployment later in 2020, potentially early 2021. Always weather dependent though, as we've learned with the Barkley project. We are able to take so many of those lessons learned from the Barkley project and that process with working together, working with the Corps and the state partners, transfer it over to how now to move forward with Lock and Dam 19. And that's a great thing to have sort of one project under the belt or in process, so to speak. But we will be turning that Barkley system on. It will go in early October, and November we'll be testing it, and we'll start to look at passage right away. So within the next 6 months, we should know what other challenges we have to face as we move forward. Maintenance is a big question, and how much will be required for maintenance on a monthly basis. But with that, next slide. I'll just take any questions that folks have, but again, appreciate the time to update everybody.
Any questions for? Oh, Kay has a question.
Hi, Amy. Kay Nelson. So, interesting presentation starts. How are you going, what's going to be the process for collecting the fish that come up by the shore that have been redirected by the bubble curtain? I mean, is that going to be a daily collection, or are you just going to hang out and assume they're going to disperse and go back downstream?
We know you assume nothing with carp, right? We're kind of going to play it by ear, Kay, and I know the state of Kentucky has some ideas for how to pilot some removal efforts there, but that area was dredged so that we can get some gears in there, and we'll just have to kind of see, once the system turns on, where they go and use our sonar to see what they're doing and kind of adapt the process as we go.
To follow up on that, is that anywhere near the vicinity of the quick freeze, flash freeze entity that sends them overseas? Bill, is that close to that facility?
You have been muted. To unmute yourself, press the star key twice. Mute off.
Okay, I don't know where the facility is, but I think they are taking fish from Barkley Lake, which is upstream of the Lock and Dam. Barkley and Kentucky lakes have a lot of Asian carp in them.
Thank you, Amy.
My understanding, Kay, is that the fish that are caught in Kentucky are being processed with a local collaborative. Greg, can you expand on that?
Yeah, there's a big new complex that the state has opened, and it's not far from Barkley and Kentucky lakes. So it's very close, and the state of Kentucky is, I think, working closely with Amy and the others on the disposal of fish that are collected. But it's close.
Thank you.
Mark Smith, you had a...
No, I just didn't put it out.
Okay. Any other?
Amy Lynn Munch, is this, the acoustics, is it going to be just for one species or all four? And do you expect it to be different between the species or not?
That's a great question, Lynn. I hope this is sort of works for all, but I think we think that it will be different for all based on their physiology. So as Bill mentioned, that black carp, they occupy a different part of the water column. They have a bit different hearing structures, and if Mary Beth were on the phone, she'd be able to speak to this a little bit more on a technical basis. But we do expect that there will be differences in reactions to the system. The system has been tested on big head carp, and it's extremely effective on big head carp. We expect it may be different for silver carp. Silver carp are obviously very jittery, very jumpy, and depending on how they react, it will be interesting. So we do expect there will be some variation, but again, that's why it's so important to continue our research efforts to look at the hearing and behavior in the lab for grass and black to see if these systems can be used for those species as well.
Amy, this is Bill. I have a question for you. How is the system affected by barge traffic, if at all?
It's not affected at all. So we have the sound coming through that bubble curtain. Again, from the surface, you'd be able to see the bubble curtain. So when it's operating, vessels are not going to notice anything. Now, during the construction time that we've had over the summer, we had a lot of lock closures, and that was worked out with Coast Guard and Navigation, obviously, well in advance. We'll need to close down the lock again. It's presently closed for the final deployment of this equipment. But as far as, outside of that construction window, we will have lock closures for maintenance once a month. So we'll have diver-assisted maintenance activities, and we'll need to get a better idea of how often we'll need to do that. Hopefully not too often. It's expensive to pay for divers to go do that. So this is all sort of see how it goes and plan accordingly. But aside from the maintenance lot closures, it should not affect vessel traffic at all.
Amy, Bob Wakeman, question for you regarding the influence of barge noises on the acoustic barrier. I've heard rumors, I don't know how true this is, that the noise of the barges and the drowns out any acoustic benefits of the barrier. Is that going to be tested and looked at as well?
I believe so. I know Mary Beth has looked at, USGS has looked at how that vessel traffic either amplifies the sound or impacts the sound that way with the speakers that they're using. I don't know, Bob, if XGS, Fish Guidance Systems, this is the first time that they're putting a system like this in a lock environment. So we will be looking at that ambient sound and how that affects the signal. The signal is very specific to the carp hearing range, so that will be an important thing to look at. And as we install the system and do some testing, before we start looking at fish passage, some of the testing over the following, I think 3 or 4 weeks after the system is put in, we'll be looking at taking some of those ambient measurements.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Amy? Okay, what?
Everyone's muted on their
You can always contact me directly if you have additional questions or you're interested in seeing how this is going. But thanks again for the opportunity, and I'll turn it over to Erin at this point.
Okay, although Dominique just reminded me that those of you on the phone were muted. So,
Because of feedback.
because of feedback. So if you wanted to ask a question, does this have a little hand wavy?
Yep, they've got a, they can type us.
They can type a question,
Yeah,
okay.
They can type a question.
Are there any?
But Erin is unmuted if you would like to speak
Okay,
again.
so Erin, you should be,
Hello?
Yep.
hello, we can hear you.
Can anyone hear me?
I think everyone can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yay.
I had Jim Dunker planted in the room as my backup, so he's off the hook for now. Do you want me to share my screen, or do you just want to, I only have...
You can either share your screen, but we have your presentation up.
Oh, we're muted.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, we're
Sorry.
muted. You can share your screen, or you can just ask Dominique to change the slides, because we're up at your
Presentation is up.
your cover slide right now.
Sure, go ahead and flip to the next slide. Well, my name's Aaron Kopp. I'm with USGS. I appreciate this group carving out some time to get an update on CO2. So with carbon dioxide, it's very similar to acoustics or underwater sound. We're looking at it as a non-physical deterrent or a barrier to Asian carps. But the big difference with CO2 is that it's a non-selective approach. So when you apply CO2 into water, it's going to have a very similar effect on invasive and native fish. But this is something we've been working on for about 5 years now, and it's really progressed from an idea at a very small scale up to a large scale. And now what we're focused on and what our FY19 effort we worked on was transferring this into something that's available for managers to use. And really that was through two things. So First, managers need to be able to apply it, so we worked on a registration with US EPA for CO2. And then also managers need to know how to apply it. So we did an engineering feasibility study, and I think it sounded like Lynn on the phone before had referenced it. That was up in Wisconsin. Next slide, please. So I guess the first major accomplishment in 2019 was the registration of CO2. So it's called carbon dioxide CARP. I don't think we got too creative with that one. But in April of 2019, it was registered with US EPA. That was after the furlough, so it was processed. And it's approved for two uses. So one, as an Asian carp deterrent within the Great Lakes Basin, and two, which I'm not really going to get into with this presentation, is an under ice lethal control. So really as an alternative pesticide to rotenone. But its use as an Asian carp deterrent within the Great Lakes Basin is approved. And that use is restricted to USGS, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, state resource managers, and those under their direct supervision. So this is relatively new. One thing Kim Fredericks here at USGS and Teresa Lewis with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service are working on is a web platform as this rolls out for resource managers to be able to request use of CO2 and then use that to be able to do the required reporting with US EPA. Next slide, please. The other major accomplishment in 2019 was an engineering feasibility study. So again, a lot of our research has been at small scales, but it needed to be addressed how this translates to a relevant management use. So with this, we used a navigational lock. This was a multi-agency project, and we worked with the Fox River Navigational System Authority and the Wisconsin DNR to find a site to be able to test this at. We ended up settling on lock number 2 in Kukana, Wisconsin. This was a fully restored and operational lock. But what worked well for us was that it was completely offline to the public. There's a lift bridge in town that was out, so there was no public use of that lock in 2019. So it gave us a very controlled setting where we could test CO2 at a navigational lock as a nice physical model. Again, not a relevant management location, but a nice place to do a controlled study. And there obviously aren't Asian carp in northeast Wisconsin, but we were able to work with Fish and Wildlife Service to collect common carp and use those as a surrogate fish to observe movements in response to CO2. We completed 5-week testing. That was from August, September 2019. We just wrapped up everything about a week and a half ago. We collected data to try to answer 5 objectives. So engineering and economic assessment of the CO2 barrier at a lock, the effects on water quality, both in the lock and downstream, effects on air quality, which is essentially a human health risk assessment, the effects on non-target organisms. We used juvenile propagated mussels at different locations in the treatment area. And then we also looked at fish behavior. Next slide. So like I said, we just wrapped this up a few weeks ago, so we don't have many results to share at this point, but from a big picture standpoint, I think we can say we were able to successfully do the treatment. So our target concentration was 100 to 150 milligrams per liter CO2. And to treat the entire lock took about 10 minutes. I guess realizing that this is a little bit smaller scale than most of our major river locks. But we did do these treatments at the warmest temperatures, so that's when gas saturation was the lowest. And the Fox River is a very productive system, so there was a high algal biomass in that area. So we were able to overcome those and still reach our target concentration. So I think it's safe to say if we had colder temperatures and less productivity, it'd be even easier. But that again was a worst case scenario. When we hit our target concentrations, the pH was 6.2 to 6.4. That was our working range. Atmospheric levels really showed no indication that they were changed, at least as it relates to human health standards. there was no human health risk during those trials. And then there was very low levels of CO2 that were discharged from the lock, so we didn't actually observe a lot of high CO2, low pH outside of our specific treatment area in the lock. Next slide, please. So one thing we're working on are cost estimates. So the table on the left is just an example of what a cost estimate looks like. You know, there's 3 inputs. What's your target concentration, the commercial cost of CO2, and then the gas transfer efficiency, which when we developed the system that we installed and operated in Kaukauna, we're doing the calculations right now, but it's likely that we were in that 90 to 95% gas transfer range. But then just using those numbers, just a very rough cost for the table on the right would be, I guess, a representative volume of water for any major river lock. So to treat to 150 milligrams per liter, if you can get CO2 at 5 cents a pound, which is what we've been quoted for commercial quantities, at 95% gas transfer efficiency, you'd be looking at somewhere around $500 to do 1 lock treatment. Next slide. So I guess relevant to this group, what are its potential uses at Brandon Road or any other lock in that area? CO2 isn't currently in the TSP for Brandon Road, but I think there's some potential for it to be incorporated. So it could potentially be used intermittently in the lock like we demonstrated in Kaukauna, or if that engineered channel is built, it could potentially be used in the approach channel, especially if we're trying to treat a smaller volume of water. It could be used to supplement other deterrents. So we've done testing with CO2 using very small fish and at cold water temperatures. So I think as we learn more about deterrent approaches and if challenges are identified, CO2 could potentially be used to supplement the effectiveness of those other deterrent approaches. Or it could be installed as a backup. So I think it's inevitable that there's going to be scheduled or unscheduled maintenance of other deterrents that are out there. So maybe CO2 could be installed kind of on the ready to be operated to deter fish. So our next steps looking into FY20, we have tons of data from the Kaukauna study, so we're working right now to get that organized. And we'll start some analyses and summaries this winter. So hopefully by the start of the new calendar year, we'll have some results to share. We're going to continue some of the toxicity testing, which is really to support individual state registrations for the use of CO2. I think a next step is for, if management locations can be identified, we could take conceptually what we did in Kaukauna and adapt that to any other permanent installation. But those, we just need to, CO2 is really something that could benefit stopping Asian carp at a certain location. Those spots just need to be identified, and we can develop construction drawings and come up with reasonable cost estimates, startup costs for those locations. And then Kim and Teresa are going to continue to work on that web platform to get CO2 available to resource managers. So we're shooting for January of 2020 to roll that out. Next slide. I guess that's it. So if you need more information on CO2, you can contact myself, especially if it's about fish stuff, but otherwise Kim Fredericks from our office or Teresa Lewis with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will be able to answer any questions. And I'd also like to acknowledge our collaborators. USGS led the effort in Kaukauna this year, but it was a highly collaborative effort, and the development of CO2 has been it's been good to work with a lot of different agencies and academic partners. So University of Illinois, Wisconsin-Platteville, Army Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife. And this was funded through a mix of appropriated dollars with Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, and largely through the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. And that's all I have.
Does anybody have any questions? I guess I should unmic. Does anyone have any questions? Mark Burrows has a question.
Just wondering, could the CO2 be introduced in the bubble curtain and the acoustical barrier?
Maybe I'll let Amy answer that one, because that's not they're working with a private company, fish guidance system, so I don't know what the restrictions are with that. Conceptually, it probably could be.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I was just going to say, I love that creative thinking, and that's what I think we're getting some license to do here, which is exciting, and I wouldn't rule anything else. As we see, I think, first how the barrier performs itself, maybe we could incorporate some testing with CO2 as a sort of complement to that. That would be really interesting. We only have the test, we're leasing the equipment for 3 years, and then at that point, we either buy it or we send it back to the UK. So, but interesting idea, and we'll take it to the team.
Are there any other questions? No? Okay. Any questions if you're on the, no? Were there any questions typed in the question box?
Well, let me unmute the line.
Okay.
All the lines have been unmuted.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
including
maybe
ours.
not.
Sorry.
Does anybody else online have any questions or comments? No? Okay, I think that's, I guess I should look over there. Thank you. Thank you guys for visiting us remotely. And next up is John Rodner to tell us about Illinois happenings.
Good morning or afternoon? It's very close.
Yes, you're the last one before lunch.
This morning still, but well, hi everybody. John Rodner, Illinois DNR, and good to see a lot of you again. As some of you may remember, I was involved in the carp fight during the I'll call it the carp panic phase back in 2009 through 10, 11, and 12, and 13 is when I was involved with the Illinois DNR. And then I took a 6-year hiatus, and now I'm back, but only recently, only in the last couple of months. So there was a lot of catching up I've been having to do, and instead of going to bed early last night, I sort of dove into the playbook and tried to bring myself up to speed. But I'm a little short on details, so if I say anything incorrect, or if I'm missing anything, or during questions, I might rely on some of my partners here to fill in some of those gaps. As I am a stand-in for actually Kevin Irons, who is the co-chair of the Monitoring and Response Group, along with John Detmers. Is he still the co-chair? Okay. With the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. So I'll talk a little bit about the DNR's role, mostly over the past year, but I'll draw on some of my background to give some historical context for all of this. Bill talked, in talking about the action plan, he referred to sort of 3 different components: the detection, management, and then response. So detection obviously is finding fish. Management, I'll call it whacking fish. And then response is, what do you do if the carp do something that you hadn't imagined they would do unexpectedly? How do you respond to that? Contingency planning is another way to talk about that. And over time, so Illinois has had involvement in all 3 of those, but mostly in the monitoring, or in the detection and the management part of it. And what we've all done as federal and state agencies since the beginning in 2009 is move that front downstream, downriver. Or I think in Mike Weimer's words, take the fight to the fish. Instead of simply playing defense, which is what we were doing in the very early stages. So remember what happened back in 2009 is the electrical barrier was about to be taken down. The primordial electrical barrier, I'll refer to it as, since it wasn't complete yet, taken down for routine maintenance. And even as we were planning for that action, we were starting to get information from this new tool called eDNA. And it seemed like every week we were getting a new set of eDNA findings, beginning downriver but progressing upriver and getting perilously close to the barrier, and then actually above the barrier at that point. And so we did a response. We did a rotenone response, and we poisoned 6 miles of river below the barrier as it was taken down to defend it. Incidentally, we caught a grand total of 1 carp, Asian carp. It was a big head carp. Many, many pounds of fish, but only 1 Asian carp. But eDNA, of course, was popping up all over the CAWS, and in particular, there was a big cluster of it right up near the O'Brien Lock and Dam. So we planned then for a second rotenone response action, which we did once winter was gone and spring came, and it was 2010. And we got some grass carp, but no silver or bighead carp at all. Meanwhile, we went into full-bore monitoring in the CAWS. Interagency teams were out every 2 weeks sampling every bit of it. Through all of that, we caught no carp at all. There was 1 big head carp collected in Lake Calumet as part of a response action. And in addition to that, more recently in 2017, there was a silver carp collected also near the T.G. O'Brien Lock and Dam. But those are the only 2 adult carp, actually Asian carp of any type, that have been caught above the barrier in 10 years now. So as we started to settle into and develop a better understanding of what was going on in the CAWS, remember we were operating with very little information except this eDNA that kept popping up, and we didn't know quite how to evaluate and understand that. As we settled into a better understanding, we were comfortable at that point saying, there may be some carp in the CAWS, but if there aren't very many of them, because we just couldn't really catch them with conventional gear, despite intensive sampling, many person hours. And people criticize the conventional gear as being fairly inefficient, and it is, but you overcome that to some extent with effort. And we put in a lot of effort over the ensuing months and years, and still failed to really catch much of anything. So then we decided, let's take our work downstream. And so in the intervening years, we settled into a couple of sampling periods above the barrier, a couple of periods, one in June and one in September, when we marshal again our interagency resources, as well as the DNR's contribution being commercial fishermen who do this for a living, and we've been able to bring them in there too. And then there's also been in the mix there a couple of more intensive efforts in Lake Calumet and the North Shore Channel, in part because they really lend themselves to good sampling, and you feel you can get a good effort if you focus on those places. Then downstream of the barrier, we've had a series of fixed sites established. We've been doing bi-weekly sampling in the Lockport pool and the Brandon Road pool and the Dresden pools, which Dresden, of course, as we've talked about it, being the leading edge of the carp front right now. And those have been done, those bi-weekly samplings, March through December. And here's something that's significant from those. We have caught no Asian carp. We've detected no Asian carp between Brandon Road and the dispersal barrier since 2010. So really the sole carp was the one that was generated through that rotenone operation back in late 2009. So we feel pretty good about that, and still feel pretty comfortable that the CAWS is being pretty well protected. And then also no documentation of small fish in the upper waterway being sort of like from the Starved Rock pool up to the Lockport pool. No small fish in the upper waterway in 2019, this year, but also none since 2015. There were a few small fish detected. I think it might have been in the Dresden pool in 2015, I think it was. but none since then. So we feel pretty good about that. And we think a lot of that is due to the whacking part of what we're doing, the removing fish. And we've focused on contracting with commercial fishermen to go in there and catch fish and remove them. And so we wondered at the very beginning, could we do that on an intensive enough level to really knock them back, so to speak, really reduce their populations. And I do remember back in the panic phase, getting a call from a commercial fisherman from the state of Maine, and he said, "We'll come and get your fish for you." And I said, no, you don't understand how many there are. And he said, "No, you don't understand. Commercial fishing has wiped out fish stocks in the North Atlantic and in lots of places all over the world." And it occurred to me, yeah, it should be doable. If we get the right level of intensity and the right gear and the right effort put into it, we should be able to knock them back. So we started working downriver to reduce the propagule pressure. That's how we termed it. If you don't allow very many fish to get up to the barrier, your chances of keeping them, any from getting through, is going to be commensurately reduced. And so we've done it through GLRI-supported commercial fishermen. So since 2010, on an average, we've pulled out 1 million pounds of Asian carp annually. Okay, and so to date, and this is current as of almost a couple of weeks ago, we've pulled out about 8.5 million pounds of silver and bighead carp and grass carp out of the Illinois River and Des Plaines River. And that's been mostly in the Dresden, Marseilles, and Starved Rock pools. But each year, the amount we remove is increasing. So in 2018, it was 1.5 million pounds. This year, in 2019, we've removed over 2 million pounds already, with several months of removal operations yet to go. So the conclusion from all of that work that we've been doing in removing Asian carp over that period of time is that the leading edge really hasn't moved since we started that intensive monitoring in 2010. And a really interesting statistic based on hydroacoustic sampling we've been doing of Asian carp populations in the Dresden Island pool is that we've reduced the density by 96% since 2010, and we think it has everything to do with the removal of adults that we've been working on over that time period. So in light of that success, been working with Southern Illinois University on some population modeling, and it suggests that expanding the removal operation farther downriver would be effective. In other words, our numbers have been relatively small because we've been focused on places where the populations are relatively small, closest to the barrier. Now it's being suggested that maybe we should move down into the parts of the river that is just loaded with Asian carp and really focus the next set of fishing efforts down there. So this year, we launched a new contract fishing program focused on the Peoria pool, which is the next, that slide's not up here anyway, but it's the next pool down from the Starved Rock pool. And that's where we have Asian carp in spades. Every life stage, there's reproduction, there's small fish, there's big fish, there's lots of fish everywhere. And so we're going to focus on that. And what we've done is we've recruited commercial fishermen, but not under contract to us per se. We pay them 10 cents a pound for Asian carp that they catch, and then they take those fish to processors where they might get an additional 10 cents a pound. So we're trying to make it profitable for more people to get in the fight, to get in the game, and perhaps even sort of set the stage for the establishment of a commercial fishery where we can use market forces to do our job, help do our job for us. I don't know about you all, but I think relying on annual federal appropriations to do this work is probably not a long-term sustainable way to do things. And if we can develop market forces that would help with removing the big populations downriver, that's the way we need to go. So that 10 cents a pound extra we pay helps the overall price they get for their fish, and helps create a consistent supply chain, and maybe market forces can kind of align around that. So in mid-September, this is a brand new program. In mid-September, we had enrolled 15 commercial fishermen to work in the Peoria pool, and they had pulled out 45,000 pounds. So that's kind of a modest amount considering how much is down there. Our initial goal for this first year is to remove 4.5 million pounds over existing business activity. So they're down there now. They've been catching carp, but not in an intensive way. And we'd like to boost the added increment by 4.5 million pounds. So we'll see if we can get there. But that's even a modest goal. The goal over the next several years is to remove 20 to 50 million pounds out of those downriver locations per year. And again, we hope this will help jumpstart this commercial fishery. And you all may be aware of this, but we did again with support from GLRI, had a report prepared by Tetra Tech called Asian Carp Business Process Analysis, Final Report and Action Plan. That's on the asiancarp.us website. If you haven't taken a look at it, we had them take a look at what are the barriers for the development of commercial markets now, and what can we do to help jumpstart that, to get it moving again. So there's a whole series of recommendations in there. We are meeting, we the DNR are meeting with a number of partners in a couple of weeks to include the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity to start to talk about this commercial fishery proposition here and see who's got the right ideas. We have also hosted a couple of tours, one for Senator Tammy Duckworth recently. We took her out on a boat to see Asian carp being caught in the Starved Rock Pool, and she had lots of interest and lots of ideas about how she might help with this commercial fishery operation. And then in another week or two, we'll be taking Congressman Quigley out for a similar kind of experience, so that'll be good too. So it's 12:17, so I'm going to stop there and be happy to take some questions and or break for lunch, whatever we'd like to do.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Susan?
A question for you, John. Is there any kind of like sort of MOU or any kind of consideration you're making when you develop these kinds of models, business, commercial fishing markets and models, to make sure that we're really just eradicating something we don't want, and there's not going to be sort of an establishment of a market that is actually dependent on an invasive species?
Boy, that's the $10 million question, isn't it? Where do you find that balance? Obviously, in a commercial fishery, if you want to create certainty among investors and processors and other people in that supply chain, they have to know that there's going to be a product there year after year, or they're not going to want to make that investment. So we understand that, but I think there is a balance to be found. I think the populations could be knocked back a lot and still, maintain something that's profitable from a business standpoint, but at the same time reduce the profit yield pressure on the barrier. And the other thing is, I see no option long term than to bring commercial fisheries and commercial fishing into the fight as a market-based approach. I just don't see what another long-term sustainable approach might be. Again, federal appropriations, annual federal appropriations have carried us up to this point, but I would not predict that from year to year. Dave?
John, who is buying all of this Asian carp? And if there is this dramatic increase on the supply side, is the market out there on the demand side to buy that volume of it?
Yeah, so the question is, who's buying the fish now, or who's taking the fish now, and is there a market out there to support this fishery? The answer to the second question is there is not an established market yet on the scale that we need it to be scaled on. So this report that I mentioned has a number of approaches about how to develop markets, and we're going to be exploring all of them. Right now, the Asian carp that are being caught by our contracted commercial fishermen are given to one or more processors, and they're used for non-food purposes, fertilizer and other kinds of uses like that.
Are they Illinois processors still?
I believe they are.
Yes, there are some.
Illinois processors, yes.
John?
A follow-up to Dave's question. Is Asian carp on China's tariff list for export from the U.S.?
I don't know the answer. The question was, are Asian carp on China's tariffs export list? I don't know the answer to that question.
That's a total joke question.
Oh, it may be. I don't know. Who knows?
Because I was just at a meeting where that was asked, and I'm trying to remember the answer, but
I think
somebody,
the answer is actually yes.
somebody Google it real quick.
I think the answer is yes.
So John, you mentioned that every year there's an increase in removal, and that this year's pretty impressive with, you said 2 million tons already. Why is it increasing every year? Do you think there are more fish? Are you guys getting better at catching them? Are there more people out catching them?
It's two reasons. One is we're putting more effort into it, in other words, more fishermen out there, but also we're moving downriver where there are more carp in the river. So their catch per unit effort goes up quite a bit where you have lots of fish. And that, I'm talking about the Starved Rock Pool in particular.
And still majority silver and bighead?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, we saw a presentation, I don't remember if it was with this group or with the Policy and Technology Group, and I think it was from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, that clearly laid out the math of fishing downstream and how you really decreased the chances of it. And at some point, it essentially evaporated the chances of moving into the Great Lakes. Is there anything being done with that study or further going forward with, as you're doing this work to verify that? If you know what I'm talking about, because I thought it was one of the most fascinating presentations we saw, because it was all theoretical, obviously, but it looked at, if you went down 100 more miles, if you went down 200 miles, if you went, further down into the Mississippi, it was pretty fascinating.
So you know far more about that than I do, but I wonder, does anyone else know about that, Jim?
Yeah, I think that was Dave Glover's sea carp model.
Could be.
And so that played out those scenarios for harvesting in the lower pools, and really defined that as an approach.
Yeah, Lynn, this is Amy McGovern with this, and I just wanted to add in that we are still looking at that model and looking at the different, boosting the different parameters that go into that, running some sensitivity analyses, all the things that good modelers do, right? But that's something that will continue for the long term, and we'll continue to refine that and play with that to see where we can put the best bang for our buck, where these deterrents should go, and all those types of things. So I think it has a lot of promise for us in the future, and we're still, I know, DOI, Richie Erickson with USGS, and now our Jan Callis with the Columbia Fish and Wildlife Conservation Office has sort of taken the lead to do that and moving forward, working with the state of Illinois. So we will continue that into the long term and continue to try to put the best bang for our buck out there where our money makes the most impact.
Yeah, this is Mike Weimer, just to follow along on the series of comments. Just to take it a little bit further, Lynn, yeah, that, again, as everyone said, that you're referring to, I'm sure, the CCARP model. Dave Glover was the lead on that. And that tool allows for to look at, on a pool-by-pool basis, for example, using the Illinois waterway, the degree of effort needed. Again, this is focused on removal of adults. Where would you focus that particular fishing effort, and also what time of the year would be most effective to do it. So it allows for that spatial granularity, that analysis, and also, as Amy said, coupled with the potential placement of deterrent. So the power there is you can depict where might you place a deterrent to strategically to create a choke point for fish, and then remove the fish, coupling that with removal. So it's a powerful tool. and there was another thought I had, and it just left my head. But, oh, yeah, so just following up, just one other point for John's presentation, which is excellent. You know, just to stress the need for that, oversight's the wrong word, but that scientific assessment of the impact. In other words, you know, we know that the mass removal of adult fish, Asian carp, is a really good thing. But there is that need for that ongoing evaluation of how many fish are coming out. You know, what is the effectiveness, but also how, you know, pinning that back to identified management goals. Going into the exercise, what are the numbers you're looking to achieve in specific locations? So that ties it back to the science that's needed, you know, to have that coupled with the commercial effort. And then at the end of the day, what would be great to see is the actual, you know, I'll say the rebound of the native fish stocks, repopulating those pools that had been overwhelmed by Asian carp for the last, you know, decade or so. So thanks.
Here's a question.
Andrew had a, oh, Josh is next.
So part of my question goes to actually the final statement that was just made there. So, John, in describing this, I continue to have concerns that we're setting ourselves up for needing Asian carp in order to sustain businesses here in Illinois. I'm a taxpayer in Illinois. I understand our budget concerns and the need to generate revenue pretty much any way we can. I'm not sure this is one we should really be counting on. So needing to sustain a population of invasive species to support Illinois businesses, I have concern about, and it feels like that's the pathway we're heading down. That said, the point that was just raised about what is the effect of reducing the Asian carp species on the restoration of native species, I'd be curious to know whether the extent to which that has been looked at already, and there is hard data on the areas where we have been intensively fishing. Has it proven to be beneficial? Is there actually a level of presence of Asian carp that is in that term sustainable because native species are able to come back? What would the level of reduction need to be downstream in order to see native species restore there? I'm curious about some of the longer term effects here and not just the immediate number of pounds of fish taken out.
And I'm told we don't have those kinds of data right now, Josh, but very good questions. All of them need to be part of the mix as we go forward.
And then Andrea had a question.
Mine was actually around the same space. We're really, really interested in, and you know, we have experience on the ocean fishing management. Very interested in wanting to make sure that the native fish are restoring a healthy and vibrant fishery that has native fish in it. So very interested in that knock-on discussion. Is going to be required for us to be able to understand what the impact is. Sorry.
Somebody, no, Ron Thomas is us. There you go.
So it's just a nod back to what Josh was saying, but I think that's an area for further discussion and ensuring that we're investigating sufficiently.
So one thing that I'll add to that discussion is that all of these actions, again, tie back to the National Asian Carp Plan, which Bill brought up at the very beginning. In the National Asian Carp Plan, it's recognized in there that right now physical removal, harvest of fish is the primary tool, the only real tool that we have available to us. And the plan recommends that the removal of fish and concurrently the development of additional tools and techniques that can help us as we fish those populations down below levels where we can effectively fish them out. So it's kind of a short-term and a long-term vision there. And so long as all of this is done and created in an atmosphere of we're trying to accomplish the goals of the national plan, then the long-term goal is to really get us to that point where we're fishing those populations down to where we can no longer sustain fisheries based on solely Asian carp. We have other tools that are hopefully being developed to lower the fish further if that's what we need to see improvements in our native species. And then also, I forget what my last point was there, but it all ties back in you know, the other point I was going to make is that I know, you know, work with the states that I'm working with through MICRA as we talk about commercial harvest, a lot of communications there with the businesses are to make sure that they're looking at exit strategies as they develop their markets. So, you know, are there other species, other rough fish that they could use, common carp, for example, that could be harvested as well and used to help continue those businesses. So I think the strategy and some of those concerns are addressed in the national plan, and we continue to focus on that as our goal.
All of this talk about the balance of creating a market and the the end goal of basically preventing any kind of establishment in the Great Lakes leads me back to two prior science questions, which I don't think I've heard addressed in the standing. Sorry, is it? That we've discussed over the years, but I feel like I haven't heard really addressed in the science research plan currently. One is, we've heard a lot, oh, the fish go to a certain point and then they turn around. And is there any further research being done into whether or not there is something about a certain set of conditions in part of the waterways that is itself a natural deterrent to the fish? Because it seems like that's a very important question to answer. The other big question is this one of what it takes to establish a population. And I've heard that there are studies. I remember speaking to one of the Corps representatives several years ago now at the big open house that we had. I think it was, I don't know, it might have been the original Brandon Road report, about we had studies showing that you can get one or two, a very small number of carp in and they establish, and you have instances where there are huge numbers and there's no establishment. And it seems to me, if our question is, what do we do to prevent establishment, and we don't know if a few fish could actually trigger the problem, and we're assuming that there has to be some market, you're still leaving a huge risk that you're not actually reaching your end goal. But similarly, if there is something natural about the waterways that means the fish are not actually going to go beyond that point for reasons, beyond whatever we're doing, then maybe there's no point in doing all this fishing activity in the first place other than to reestablish the natural fish populations. So it seems to me like there are a lot of baseline science questions that we're talking past. And that seemed pretty important to try to resolve if we can.
I can answer your first question. Back in 2015, we came at it looking at the fish, the population front was, they moved rapidly up the Illinois River waterway and had become stalled out in the Dresden Island pool for a number of years. And so we started looking at what factors might contribute to that. The one that we really honed in on was water quality changes. So below, at the Dresden Island Lock and Dam, you have the confluence of the Kankakee, and it's typically a much larger flow and primarily agricultural watershed, so it brings in relatively clean water to what's coming out of Chicago. So what's coming out of Chicago is treated effluent. It's state-of-the-art wastewater treatment processing, but all the pharmaceuticals, pesticides, everything you see advertised on TV passes through, most of that stuff passes through the wastewater treatment plant process. And so it's found in the waterways at very low levels, but it's all there. And so we tested, in 2015, we made 5 sampling runs and tested from Lockport all the way down to Florence's 55 miles up from Alton. And we followed that same packet of water. It's called Lagrangian sampling, and see how it changed as it flowed downstream. So at low flow conditions, it took us, I think, 14 days. At higher flow conditions, about 7 or 8 days. And so we would sample at 7 points along the waterway and see how that water changed as it went downstream. So there's some real correlations. There's some of those pharmaceuticals and hormones and stuff coming out of Chicago are at high concentrations right below Brandon Road, Lock and Dam, and then they drop off in concentration sharply when the Kankakee River comes in. And so we started looking at, we tested for 658 compounds, 268 were identified, and this data's all been published. So there's correlations there. We knew we wouldn't really see any causative factor. We couldn't say, aha, this is the chemical compound that's causing the fish to, this population to stall out. But it gave us an idea of what those baseline conditions were. And so, so we did that in 2015. At the same time, Corey Susky's lab at the University of Illinois was looking at the health of fish throughout the river system. And they noticed that as we got closer to Chicago, they look at the livers and the overall health of bighead and silver carp. And they, up near at Rock Run Rookery is one of the sampling points. And so they would see evidence that the livers were working overtime to battle off contaminants, and the fish were in poorer condition than locations further downstream. So we came at it from two different directions, that water quality might be having an effect, but we can't put a definitive finger on this is the contaminant that's causing the problem. And so that work was sampling in 2015, and we're looking to do that with new funds in the coming year to sample a larger number of fish, and then also to look at the native species to see if some of those same effects are being seen in native species. But I don't know that you're going to, we wouldn't want to just rely on our assumptions about that water quality to be the, we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to do anything else. The water quality is keeping them in place. So.
Well, you're also talking to a group of advocates who try to clean up the water quality in Chicago.
Whoa.
I think it's important
I think
to know
it's just that mic is right under the speaker. I don't know.
I just won't speak for the rest of it.
Yeah. But it's important to know, this is state-of-the-art wastewater treatment processes. And so, but the contaminants that are being detected, pharmaceuticals, hormones, that stuff passes right through the wastewater treatment plant process. So it's all there in.
We're also, there are efforts to do pharmaceutical take-back projects so that you use pharmaceuticals there. So again, I think that's extraordinarily helpful to hear, and it to me says this is a problem, because if one of our goals is to improve water quality in the waterways, and currently that's what's holding, the bad water quality is part of what's holding back the carp, we have an issue. So.
Yeah, I don't agree with Lee, and I'd rather be looking at like modeling scenarios for like if those things were removed, if we didn't have endocrine disruptors, if we had more state-of-the-art treatment than we actually have, and the water quality improved, then does that create a better environment for the carp to move forward? And then how do we plan for that future? I think we should be planning for a future that we want to have, rather than counting on polluted water to be part of our solution.
And Jim, have we looked at, not to dwell on this, but where the native ranges of Asian carp, what's the water quality like there?
Yeah, I can't speak. In Chinese rivers, in general perception is that they are lower, water quality, but they're in the same temperature range as what's found where they're found in China and stuff. So, but yeah, I can't go in. I don't understand that to a great extent. There was the second half to your question. And I thought that was for somebody else probably.
The establishment question, whether we have more consensus about how many fish do you need to essentially pose a significant risk establishment.
So our Canadian partners did do some risk assessments, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but I think they determined that if you had 15 or 20, that's enough to establish a population, as I recall. The other thing, the overarching concept of getting Brandon Road built out, that's irrespective of water quality, better water quality, worse water quality. And we can't depend on water quality to protect the Great Lakes. And that's why Brandon Road is so important to the agencies. Fair enough?
Andrea, I'd like to take one more question and then go ahead and break for lunch very briefly so we can get back on track.
So I just wanted to follow up on
Yeah.
the baseline in terms of natives. So, because I think both in terms, really important stuff we're learning in terms of water quality, because it has to have a knock-on effect for natives. So, right, what is that? But also, what is baseline now? And then how do we know, so for the national even, in order to improve increasing the Asian, we want to make sure that we're hopefully also increasing the ecosystem to a more healthy state, that we're increasing the natives back up, and then are we at the same time trying to set a good baseline above those? Just want to I'm sure that that's the case, I just want to make sure it is. But I do think this water quality issue is interesting. The other thing I just wanted to say out loud, because I was thinking about it as you were talking about the speed of it moving down, is, we're going to have more extreme weather events, especially much more substantive amounts of water in, probably January through June, annualized. So, that's going to mean that poor water quality is going to move at a faster pace as that continues to happen. Just in terms of modeling, extreme weather seems like something you want to add.
I don't know that the water would move any faster. You'll have more frequent, a higher frequency of those kind of events, but the channel and the lock and dam systems control the speed of the water. But I understand, changing climate patterns could result in more frequent large storm events and stuff.
In terms of baseline, is there any sense of baseline with natives?
As far as
what we know now is the native populations and what goals are there? Set goals for? Because you'd hope that by decreasing the Asian, you'd be having some goals for.
Yeah, I'd have to defer to that.
You're talking about the populations themselves, so that would come through Illinois DNR's animal monitoring, right?
So let's take a quick lunch break and then circle back to try to, we're only 10 minutes behind if that goes really fast. Just so you know, we have 35 sandwiches. I think there's 31 people in the room. There's only 5 veggies, so if you're a vegetarian, get in line first. And that is all.
I saw you wrapped up that question about.
I think the population is for the vetting.
That it would take up to 20 to establish,
Yeah.
but would it be less?
I don't know.
You should go get in line, Dominique, and get a sandwich. You should go get a vegetarian sandwich. It says grilled veggie.
What would it take to establish a reproducing population?
Oh yeah, and then Jeff can get his thing set up.
So do you want, so are we still doing the,
Yeah, we should still do screen share while he's up, if we can. Hello.
I just noticed my phone number on there.
Okay.
It's Ron, so.
Okay, good, thank you very much. I know, I gotta go apologize to Dave too, because I just could not figure out how to find him.
Can you hit the green button?
Okay.
I have a drive that's not working today for some reason.
Okay.
I have no idea why.
You have Jeff? When did you email?
Like 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago, okay.
15 minutes ago.
So I'm gonna send it to, should I send it to Dominique or Joe?
Yeah, you want to send it to me.
Okay, and then we're using a different sharing platform than, because we have to for our
What was the master?
Uber conference, but so we can put it on there and she can advance slides and then the people calling in will be able to see it too. Okay.
I mean, if we don't get it to work, I can just do it.
Okay,
Most
okay.
people have seen everything that's
Yeah, I think so too. I just, everybody wanted to get up to
If
speed.
you can get it out, great. If not, I work with what I got.
There it is. Okay, I am, okay, I found it. I'm forwarding it to Dominique. Dominique. Okay.
Don't email me for it.
Okay.
What's your personal cell?
Get to work.
I like that people can actually see because I was like, oh, we should have people introduce themselves, but we could literally show them who's on the phone. when you put that up, so some people get confused about that. Oh, who's listening to us?
So did you email me the?
I just emailed it to you now.
Okay.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah.
So imagine a similar group.
I'm like living my own personal board movie right now. So we're in a new office now.
Back up in the next week or two to get these converted to PDF so people can fill up on the site along with the packet.
My office is the new one. And my office is sweet. There's a spider.
We did a lot of work in Minnesota.
And I'm just like, I don't want this.
Yeah. We're on the
Yeah.
In Colleen.
Crystal and Colleen.
Yeah, Colleen might be the
Yeah, I saw her But yeah, it's good to meet you in person.
I know, it's nice to meet you.
How are you finding, this is my first pause, like, you seen it my first?
No, it is mine too, yeah.
How are you?
Hit pause on the recording. It doesn't really matter. 15 minutes. When it comes down to the dates or whatever, I was thinking if we had a couple of dates in mind, it might not hurt to see the availability of this room.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good idea.
Is the phone system muted while we're on a break here?
I don't.
A lot of conversations.
Yeah.
Do you live in the Chicago area?
We could do that.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know how to do that.
Okay. So north.
Were you watching? Do you know how to do it?
Northwest.
I do not know.
Okay. We'll.
Northbrook.
Actually, I don't want to.
It's not bad. It's like great for.
I mean, mute the mics.
Oh.
Then nobody's going to be able to pick up.
Yeah, they are muted, so it's good. I'm so glad that I brought two of you. That was the first one, and they did technology is better. I think I'm gonna go ask Ingrid.
What?
You do? Yeah, well.
I can do it, Kathy.
What?
I'll do it. What are the
Ask
dates?
Ingrid? I was looking at December 3rd, January 7th.
December 3rd and January 7th. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask her about
Just a
those.
preliminary.
Okay, those should both be like Tuesdays.
I thought I was gonna have to use this talk, I was kind of
Well, they told us we had to use our own conferencing platform, not theirs. So, and we have all new phones, Dialpad and Uber Conference. So this is the first time we've taken that on the road. So we're like, what are we doing? And then you came through and then the tech people here were like, oh, you can use ours. And we're like,
Kathy, did you want me to grab your lunch?
no, I'm gonna do it. I just someone asked about muting, if we're muting, but I think all the mics are muted,
Yeah.
so it's fine.
Yeah, well, we're muting on here.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm gonna go get in line now. Because I actually don't know if they figure people are gonna take 2 halves of a sandwich, so there's actually no. That's fine. I think that's what happened.
Wow.
How long did you be in line to find out? Did you want me to do something? Almost 3 years. And I'm new to the policy role, so I was on the communications team yeah, I like it. I would write about policy. Yeah, that's what I work
It's a nice little brownie. Not strictly a vegetarian, are you? Kathy just seems so focused on the vegetables.
I think we should eat a lot of vegetables.
Dude, I'm not a vegetarian.
I don't know why she thinks I'm a vegetarian. I don't know why she has that in her mind. Maybe because I'm on the food council.
Well, the way that kind of governmental structure is, we work directly with the spelling and everything, where Brandon Rose
Okay. I feel like this is going pretty well. You know, I don't think we're doing any worse. I gotta go help Josh the pig.
So it must be a portion thing when they say 35? Because
two.
Yeah.
yeah, so like, no, so the TSP with no additional funds towards the expansion of
I knew about
until I go look at it.
How far behind are we? Okay, that's okay. I think some of it might be shorter, but I thought all of this would be shorter. I thought when I started that I was going to take,
20 minutes behind.
Yeah.
Not yet. Is there anything else that can be moved up?
Well, no, I don't think so. I don't think the part about the money, there's not a lot to say. So I actually think it won't take it long.
Well, we got somebody that ain't going to be in, right?
Right there. Well, John Rogner's going to vamp for the state of Illinois, and then I don't know if Tammy's calling in or not. So I'm gonna pull up my email from her. Incredibly rude. And when you finish your sandwich.
Let me swallow these 2 bites and
okay.
that will kick us off.
I really thought there were a couple sections, but I thought there's no way to possibly teach that one.
Gosh, Kat, what a jerk.
And all of them did.
My town. So
we do stuff like that in our downtown maker. I have a couple of friends that like really and they're kind of talking about it, but as a whole.
Something to reference.
Okay.
Like why do like sidewalks and stuff.
Okay, so he's gonna go, you have your screen share back on or whatever? Okay. Well, he's pulling it up.
Yeah, so I have a master's degree.
I was gonna say, let me make sure everything's good on our end.
And I need this.
And I'm not sure what kind of carpet that was.
Oh, was that not Asian carpet? Just along
It was Asian carpet, is like a family.
Here.
So that might have been.
Okay. You ready?
Ready?
Okay, is everybody ready?
Can't hear you. It's muted.
Oh. Hello. Yeah, I know. So I'm trying. I think we have Jeff ready to start. I made him eat his food whole. So here comes Army Corps.
All right, hello everyone. It's been a while since I've seen most of you, so it's great to be back together again. I was asked to give a Glimmers Brandon Road update. Andy nominated me, and so I walked a couple blocks instead of making him drive 3 hours to come here. So,
Hey, good job on Chicago tonight, Dan.
oh, thank you, thank you. That was a lot of fun. It was good to be there, and that was a good discussion. Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah. So next slide. We've all seen this before. So good news since we've last been together. I believe I can't even remember the last time we met, but
December.
December. Yeah. So since the last time, we did get our chief's report signed on May 23rd. So May 23rd, the chief signed off, and he sent his report to Congress for their review. So it goes to them, kind of as an FYI. It's also at OMB and the ASA's office. They're going over that, but it's available. It should be available to Congress shortly in its full form. But they do have the draft copy of it. So it's a federal risk management plan, including a layered system of structural controls and non-structural measures. It's basically everything we've talked about before. We'll have a slide later with the whole diagram and such. We can go through all those details. I don't need to read this to you. Total estimated cost of $830,784,000 with a cost share of $65.35. The state of Illinois can be broken into phases. The O&M is 80-20 federal, non-federal, based on the language in WRDA that was presented previously. We're continuing to work with the state of Illinois to execute a design agreement to start our project engineering and design phase, pre-construction engineering and design phase. So we need to execute an agreement with them to do the cost share before we can start that next phase of engineering. That's a key part. So Illinois has done some coordination with other Great Lakes states. We actually met with them and the other Great Lakes states. We presented the plan, went through our whole process. We got a lot of good feedback on that. People were excited to hear how we went through the process and all the details. It was a great meeting on the first day. On the second day, Illinois and the states met on their own to discuss their path forward. And then we're moving on from there. So once we do sign an agreement with the state of Illinois for design, that could be 2 to 4 years post that to complete that phase. And what we're looking at then is in 2 to 4 years we would start construction. Excuse me. And we talked with the state, and we wanted everybody to know the design phase gets us to design phase 1. We're going to go over this in a little bit, and a general overview of all the other phases. But there's other design work that goes on post this design phase as well during construction. So we get more details we get a full detail of the initial increment that we're going to build, and more detailed design of the entire project, but not final plans and specs. So that's a key component that everybody needs to understand. If we break this into 3 phases, phase 1 will have complete plans and specs by the end of this design phase. Phase 2 and 3 will have more details, but not complete plans and specs. Construction itself is expected to take 6 to 8 years, and the timeline for implementation will be based on how long the design phase takes and the details that we get out of that. As we work out those details, we'll be able to better understand the timeline, how long it will take to actually do that construction. We've all seen this before. We're still here at the prevention phase. Next slide, sorry. We still want to keep the Asian carp out of the Great Lakes, and that's what this is all about, preventing instead of having go into the other phases of this. Next slide. So this is our federal risk management plan. The recommended plan is federal risk management, including layered systems of structural controls. A lot of people have referenced the Chicago fish barrier, the electric barrier that we already have in place. Brandon Road would be another layer of that, along with the non-structural. Non-structural measures implemented primarily by other federal agencies. We've started the process of coordinating that with the other federal agencies, knowing that non-structural could be implemented first with authorization from Congress. Should authorization come in a word bill or other bill, whichever way Congress so chooses. So we want to have those discussions with our other federal agencies as quickly as possible and start to establish the framework for how that's gonna look for all of us. So that includes public education and outreach, non-structural monitoring, pest management, pesticides, manual or mechanical removal, all the things that we kind of talked about right before lunch, and research and development, continuation of the research and development that we've already got going on. We have not stopped our research and development phase. We have a lot of work that has been ongoing with the CO2. You heard from CO2. Amy talked about the BAP, but we also have our own sound research that we're doing with Krista Woodley and our ERDIC folks down in Vicksburg, Mississippi. That effort continues to move forward, and we continue to utilize the GLI funding we get to do that. And we still really appreciate that funding. Helps us keep things moving. All right, next slide. So this is the overall plan, and it really has not changed much from the last time that you saw it. We start with the fish entrainment deterrent, currently planned to be a bubble barrier. We have the electrical dispersal barrier along with acoustic, all of the blue boxes are the acoustics. So bubbles, acoustics, electric barrier, another big long set of acoustics with our support facilities. There, the gray box on the shore. The orange outline is our engineered channel. That is one of the high cost items. It's also one of the items that's really debated about how long it needs to be. Those are some of the things that we plan to look at during our design phase. There's questions about, does it make sense to continue the channel as far as it goes right now? Do we try and trim it back a little bit? But then the other question that we need to offset with that is we want to have that space above the blue box there where we can phase in new technologies like CO2 or other deterrents that come through our research program. How much room do we need to leave for that? So we need to balance all of that in our design phase, make sure that we're accounting for all of those possibilities. Then the flushing lock, to be able to keep the smaller stages out of the lock, be able to keep the water moving downstream as opposed to letting things just float in and float with the barges and that. And finally, our boat launches to help with the monitoring, the non-structural. Those two green circles that you see, they're one upstream and one downstream. It'll really help facilitate those non-structural measures as well as continued monitoring and controls. Next slide. So here's the cost apportionment, and there's a lot of numbers on this slide, and I recognize you won't probably see all the details here, but this is how the $830 million plays out, with 65% coming from the federal government and 35% based on the current cost share that we would operate under. So that's $540 million in federal dollars, $290 million to almost $291 from non-federal sources. The non-federal would be a cash and land. So whenever land is need to be bought, for those facilities on land, The state would have to require those, and then they would get credit for buying those lands, and that goes towards the cost share, for a total project cost of $830 million. So non-structural measures themselves, we looked at the cost of that. That's outside of the $830 million. And right now, the court would be on the hook for $325 with the non-federal sponsor providing $175, and not project costs, but from the Department of Interior would be $11.8 million, giving us a total of $12.3.
What is that?
The non-structural measures. That would be, so Department of Interior would have, they would be bringing into the not the fishing, the overfishing, monitoring, those types of things, taking over some of that work. The idea being that they budget for that as opposed to it always focused on GLRI. But there's a lot of discussions with the federal partners that need to go on. Go ahead, Kay.
Before you leave this busy slide, on the non-federal contribution aspect, yes, I'm familiar with them having to provide, or non-fed sponsors having to provide lands necessary. What I'm not familiar with is, will the remediation cost associated with the property in this go towards Illinois' non-federal share, or is it just the purchase price?
Just the purchase price.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of those sticking points with our project partnership agreements that the state does not like, is that the federal government is not responsible for remediation. It is specifically laid out within the project partnership agreement that we are not responsible for that.
Does the state have to have control of the property to sign the design agreement for PED?
No, the design agreement does not bring into it any type of real estate. That is one of the key things that, like, so when we do a design agreement, which is usually 65-35 as well, then the state cannot bring in real estate as part of their cost share of that. There's no place within the design agreement that credit could be given. But it is encouraged during the design agreement that process be developed, because by the time you sign a project partnership agreement and we're ready to move into construction, we really need to have that land available. Otherwise, it holds up the whole construction process. So the design agreement doesn't give you credit for it, but it lays out exactly what we need. So it should give the details of what land is needed to construct, and it should also investigate if that land is viable as well.
And that during the design process, during PED, is when the Corps would figure out exactly what the footprint on the land would look like, whether it needed to be on, for example, NRG property or to go on existing DNR property. But again, the DNR doesn't have to have control of the property to sign the design agreement.
Correct. Yes, they don't have to have control of the property. The question, focused on to sign the design agreement. The state does not have to have control of the property, but the design would focus on laying out that footprint and understanding what that looks like, and also letting them go through the investigation part of, is it contaminated, and then do we need to look at a different property because it is, and the remediation would cost too much. But then again, that would then change the cost estimate based on where we would end up locating everything and how much that would cost in terms of doing those facilities somewhere else.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Yeah, so for the design agreement,
For the PED?
for PED,
Okay.
the state does not have to have control of the real estate. To sign it, all they need is to be able to provide the cost share, the 35% of the cost of the design agreement. I think right now we've been talking about a $32 million design agreement basically with the state, which is about $10 million on the non-Fed side and $22 million on the Fed side, somewhere in that neighborhood. Not exact dollars, don't quote me on that. Close enough, right? So that would be the cost share. They do not have to have the property in hand to sign that design agreement, but we start to look at the requirements during that design process. So when we were talking about, when we look at that gray box, which is the support facilities for anything that would happen in the water, we would be looking at better defining the the dimensions of that box, as well as the access that would be needed. During our development of plans, we look at, we need this much land. We need construction access, we need a construction easement, and we need permanent easement, and we need a permanent facility location for that. And so all those pieces are laid out in the design so the state knows what they have to go get. We would encourage the state to do their part, like do investigations, go out and sample the land, find out if it's contaminated or not during the design phase so that we know if that's not viable or if it is viable. Then if it is not viable, for whatever reason, then plans change, then costs could change. So if the state decides it's too much to acquire that land, then they would have to come during the design phase and say, it's too much, we have to find another way to get this done.
Okay, it is my understanding, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but the state would have to get permission from the property owner to go in and do the phase 1, phase 2, and prepare the, so if the property owner says no to the state, should the state choose to go that route, and the property owner says no, will that immediately stop your PED process to make a course correction? If you said in that previous slide, the PED will take 2 to 4 years, I think was the number.
I wouldn't say it would stop the process. We would encourage the state to look at all avenues of gaining access to that, including their right to condemnation to get access. That would be a process that we'd have to work through with them. And they would have to decide how far they're willing to go with that. But that would cause a pivot in the design process and a pivot in the construction schedule and other things as well. And we would have to go through that with them and make that determination. That's something that they would have to weigh, because that could increase the PED costs. It could increase the construction costs greatly, and that is something that they're already saying that they want the construction costs to come down as much as possible. So they're going to have to weigh how much they're willing to go to bat for that versus how much they're willing to pay on the backside if they decide to do the change.
And just for background for folks, in my years with the Corps, when I was with the City of East Chicago, the location of the confined disposal facility constructed for the Indiana Harbor shipping canals dredgings was on a contaminated piece of property, nowhere near what is perceived to be at the coal ash pile. However, we had a viable PRP who negotiated the remedy, figuring that the bathtub that was created for the CDF and the clay cap and the construction worked. That took 5 years just for the parcel aspect. So I'm not saying that Illinois can't get this done and figure out a way, and the corporation may find it a value-added manner in which for them to address their long-term responsibilities, but it's not quick. So.
And that would be why we would encourage an early start.
I had 2 questions on cost, just acronym check. The RTA is potentially hard for those who are not in the contaminated sites. It's been a while since we've gone over these numbers together. My recollection may be fuzzy, but I remember the total project cost being somewhere in the 700 millions. Can you go over, is this like just inflation? Are there actual changes to the project scope or to estimates that result in a higher figure?
Yeah. So the 700 million project cost is if we build it all at once. And we don't stop, we don't do anything else. This cost that I'm presenting here is the phased cost. So this one, it reaches for to try and put and we'll go through that in a second, but it puts certain features in early to try and get a portion of the deterrence in as quickly as possible, but then that also then takes more time to get the rest of the phases in. And so because we do a phased approach instead of trying to construct the whole thing all at once, specifically things like the engineered channel, you break that up into little pieces, and so you end up with more contracts cost more money because you have more oversight, all that good stuff, so it slowly adds up. Yes, the number is really 700 something. If you build it all at once, it's 830 if we phase it. The indications are that the state prefers the phase approach.
The other question I had was, and others are bringing us back and clarifying the process question. We had also talked about, when the 700 number came out, about how that was largely, or a good portion of that was an increased contingency number that's required to go across the board. Can you walk us through again what the future stages are in the process where that number will be refined and most likely, hopefully it'll come down, but when will we have a better sense of more accurate actual project costs as opposed to, well, I should say actual, more accurate projected project costs as opposed to this?
Yes, so in this study process, there was a big push to get it done as quickly as possible, and so the team made an informed decision to push risk into the PED phase, the design phase of the project. So the hope is that during those 2 to 4 years, that first construction contract along with the more detailed design of the rest of the project would result in a much clearer cost estimate that we could come back with and say, this is the actual cost that we think it could be. It is possible, given that, as things stretch out, that this cost estimate could be accurate. It is also possible that as we get into design, and we've already started talking through a few things where we saw that there was some features that may need to be scaled back or could be scaled back versus the assumptions were made that they were much larger than possible. We took very conservative designs. Some of those may be scaled back, which could then result in cost savings, which would then you'd see this come down. So that would be during that 2 to 4 year phase, we would have another cost estimate. The good news is that this is what would go forward for authorization, so hopefully we would not have to go back and ask for further funds, which would be helpful. Did you have another one, Kate?
No, I forgot that I didn't put it.
Okay.
Jeff,
Yes.
this is Mark. Sorry. What happens if, this is the situation if there's still the local cost share component? What if there is a waiver of that and it's a full federal project? How does the process change? Does it matter for PED, or is the full cost share only matter for the full-blown project?
It could be it depends on what language we get in the authorization for that. If the language comes out in authorization that everything is 100% federal, we would automatically convert design to 100% federal as well. The process overall would then just go to federal fund, relying on federal funding, and we would have to, just go with the amount of money that we get over each increment of time that we go after.
So that would mean, for example, federal acquisition of land for operation.
Yeah. So one of the things that we've talked about with the state and with all the states when we had our meeting in July is the language that is inserted into any authorization bill. We highly recommend that come through the Corps of Engineers. We have a drafting system that we are able to provide to our sponsors and to Congress as well, because there's been times where we've had people go off and seek 100% federal funding, and they get some squirrely language in there, and then the policy people get a hold of it and decide that 100% doesn't mean 100%. It's weird, but I think even in Indiana Harbor's case that Kay was talking about, it was 100% federal, but then somebody made the decision that didn't apply to, I believe, the land acquisition.
Correct.
So
because the federal government would not pay to take
land. Yeah.
Contaminated land.
Take any land. I mean, even at 100% federal cost, now there is an exception to that in the supplemental bill that was passed in 2018 for all of the hurricane projects that are ongoing in Texas, Florida, and Puerto Rico. We're getting one in Puerto Rico right now. the language in the bill specifically stated, and it was interpreted by the policy people, that the 100% covered land acquisition as well.
So you can do it.
So we can do it. We can write whatever we want, but it needs to be very specific in the language. Otherwise, you get somebody in the policy room somewhere that could interpret that and say, it's 100% federal for construction, but not necessarily for real estate acquisition. So that the state or whoever could still be on the hook for that portion. Now, overall, 100% federal, you want to lay it out very clearly, 100% federal for design, construction, and acquisition of any real estate required for the project. That helps clarify for everyone exactly what is meant by Congress's intent.
So is that language being written right now with the Corps in Illinois along those lines? Is that an option that you guys are discussing right now?
It is something that has been discussed, but we have not gotten that request at this point in time. We have talked about it with the state, and we've been forthright with them about, we would prefer if that is an avenue that is sought after, that whichever congressional is pushing for that they ask the Corps for, it's called legislative drafting services, and it comes through our headquarters. There's a request that comes down, and it comes down to the district level, and we write up what the language should be so that it appears correctly in the authorization bill, and we don't have issues like we did with Indiana Harbor, where there was language inserted about 100% federal, but then we can't go get the land because it wasn't clear that that was included in that portion.
Thank you.
Yeah, and as far as participation in the project itself, that does not change at 100% federal. I'm working the Puerto Rico project at 100% federal. We still have a project partnership agreement that is signed with a non-federal sponsor that says they owe us nothing, but they are part of the project, they are part of the team, and they get to give their input on what we're doing. So it's very clear that the only part that changes is who pays the bill.
Do you mind if I can read one more question? Is that okay? Sorry. Is it, again, if you could write anything you want into the report language, it doesn't really matter what has been precedent before. Is it unusual to have other jurisdictions written into the language or mutual management or mutual collaboration on a project? So outside of the federal government, you have the local state sponsor. Is it unusual to have other jurisdictions as part of that? Does that muck it up, or is that complicated? Does it seem more?
Like the language would state that that it is required that the Corps work with other jurisdictions, not just the state of Illinois. Like, is that what you're?
Yeah. Is that unprecedented? Is that muddy the waters?
I'll give you an example. We have a project partner.
Can you use your mic, please?
Oh,
thank you.
We have a project partnership agreement with the Corps for a project which we're doing with the Chicago Park District. So we're sharing the local sponsor costs. So but the Corps really puts it, they don't really care who the local sponsor is, as long as they have somebody signing off. And how we agree how we're going to share the cost is really, we have a separate IGA with the Chicago Park District to do that. Just as an example.
I wouldn't say it's usual to have that type of language in authorization, but I mean, everything we do is kind of unusual in this project. So
yeah.
We can work with
that's
it.
Okay.
We're flexible enough that if the agreement was required to be signed with multiple entities, we can do that. I mean, we're willing to do whatever. I mean, even if only one entity signs it, if we end up with, I think we've talked about this before, but currently to sign the PET agreement, we need to sign with the state of Illinois. We don't care where that check comes from. It doesn't have to say state of Illinois on it. As long as the check comes in and says it's for Glimmer's Brennan Road, we don't care whose name is on the check, as long as it's good and when it's cashed, we can use the money. And in most cases, whatever checks we get in don't bounce. So
be careful about Illinois.
Well, I've had good luck with the state so far. So yeah. So it doesn't matter who signs on the agreement. We prefer side agreements over a percentage cost share within in a single agreement. It's much harder for us to enforce agreements that say the state of Illinois will pay 20%, the state of Michigan will pay 30%, and blah, blah, blah. They're non-standard agreements, and they have to go up through ASA to get approved. But if you just sign a side agreement with the state of Illinois about who pays what, it's much easier for us to deal with that way. Oh,
You got two
wow, a
on
whole
the
bunch
side.
more questions
Yeah.
popped up because of that.
Mine's another education advertisement. For the Indiana Harbor project, we legislatively created the East Chicago Waterway Management District, which became the non-federal sponsor. And within that legislation, it laid out what the different parties were participating. In addition to that, we also had enforcement actions against some of the entities along the waterway that had requirements to pay into it as well. But no one opposed the concept of creating the Waterway Management District, but it took 3 legislative sessions to get it accomplished.
And that was through the state of Indiana, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And, sorry,
Yeah, Susan from the Matrix.
sorry.
Got some noise. Yeah, I was just surprised it's, you're saying being flexible and didn't care who signed. It's not really our experience with the PDA process. But you're assuming that whoever signs that is an entity willing to take on all the liabilities of, and then if they want to have all these subcontracts or whatever you said, and would that then still, would that require state action to approve that? If it's not the state of Illinois, I mean.
So at this point, it's pretty much been determined that the one entity we definitely can sign with is the state of Illinois.
Right, is that the only one you can sign? Because you said flexibility before, but I'm assuming
I mean,
this is exclusive.
if there was authorization from Congress that said you will sign an agreement and these, these states will be on that agreement to build this project, we would do it because we'd be told to do it by Congress, basically. Right now, our understanding of the law is that basically Illinois has all of the things that we need to be a local partner. I mean, the other states have everything except for the real estate rights, basically. Because we work with the other states and all of our other districts, so it's not an issue about the state not having the ability to work with us. It has the issue of a non-federal sponsor has to be able to provide the real estate rights, and the state of Illinois holds that exclusively for this location at this point in time.
And was it your case, Kay, when you were talking about your example in Indiana, was that just Indiana specific, as opposed to would there have to be any state legislative authorization for a regional or any other sub?
Yeah, so the Indiana Harbor was a very specific case where you had a bunch of different entities that didn't want to be responsible, but then the state came up with a way to form a coalition that made everybody responsible, pretty much. And that's how they were able to sign the agreement with us. It has to be a government entity. It was created through the legislature. They had to have the ability to raise funds, and they had to have the ability to hold real estate. And through the legislative process in Indiana, that's what was granted to the East Chicago Waterway Management District.
Right, the city actually was the motivator behind that legislation, because the city did not have the mechanism to raise the funds to provide for the non-federal share. So much like Illinois does not have, necessarily a funding mechanism in place, East Chicago was able to create the Waterway Management District, and that allowed for certain charges to be filed, assessed to those persons using the waterway, blah, blah, blah. But again, we were different from the standpoint that East Chicago / Waterway Management District did not have to pay anything towards the cost of remediation of the proposed or the finalized site, because we had a viable, potentially responsible party. It was an old iron oil refinery, and it was ARCO. And they kind of had a lot of cash.
Yes.
One last clarifying question. If it becomes 100% federal cost share for construction, does that, you mentioned something about going back, and then that would mean that you would basically have the design agreement also be 100%, or did I just misunderstand that?
So it depends on what the legislation actually says and when it actually comes. If the legislation gets inserted in our current budget bill that none of them have taken up yet. Like if somehow language got inserted that Brandon Road Glamorous would be 100% federal, that would come into play before we get into design, and therefore we would move forward with 100% federal. Now, if it came after we signed the agreement and it specifically stated that design is included in that, we would convert as of whenever that language was passed by Congress. We would do an accounting cutoff. We'd stop the cost share at whatever date, and that would be where the money from the states would end and 100% federal would start. So there's multiple paths with that. And if the language had nothing about design and we'd already signed a design agreement, we're moving forward with it, I can tell you that our policy people would just assume that design was excluded from that authorization and therefore would move through the cost share until we got to construction, and everything would be 100% federal from there. Okay.
Matt?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So just to confirm what I think I heard you say, that if the project were authorized at 100% federal for construction, that would not affect the role and level of engagement with the non-federal sponsor?
Correct. We would still engage with the non-federal sponsor.
In the same way you would if that non-federal sponsor was contributing X percentage?
Correct. We're currently doing it in Puerto Rico. Sorry, I don't know your name.
Oh, Rachel.
Rachel.
Sorry, it's something of a basic question, but from whom does the land need to be purchased? Who's the seller?
NRG.
NRG.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a good acronym. Okay. Let's go on to the next slide.
Good slide.
Thank you.
I was like,
Hopefully we'll answer a few more questions to get through these. This hasn't been updated probably like a month or so, but this is just the standard project schedule that we've been showing you for a while. We did the Chiefs report in May. We hope to begin PED in January, of course, with the fact that we are in a continuing resolution through November. Doesn't help us on the path of getting to that in January. We also are still awaiting a design agreement to sign with the state of Illinois. Once we get that, that's when we really would get that kicked off. That assumes, January 2020 would assume having that signed. Authorization and appropriation, we're looking at hopefully in October. We're hoping that Congress takes up a 2020 WRDA bill, which this could be included in, given that it gets through all the reviews from the Chiefs report. Then we would start, after authorization, we could start non-structural. Right now, that would look like somewhere in end of 2020, beginning of 2021. FY, in the calendar year 2021. We would kick off construction in 2022, October, or FY 23. Complete construction by 2028. So really the key schedule driver right now is this first one, the signed design agreement with the sponsor. There's a couple of features of that design agreement that would allow us to get kicked off faster. If the design agreement included language allowing us to use the non-federal share out of proportion with the federal share, there's a standard language that we can use to, it's basically advanced funds. And basically, there is a risk because there's no guarantee that federal funds will be appropriated for this project, but we could use non-federal funds in advance of the receipt of federal funds and get things kicked off. That would help us get out the door faster. Even if we see a bill in November when Congress thinks they'll get it to us, any money for Brandon Road would have to come from a work plan. And that's usually 4 to 6 months out from whenever a bill is passed. So in November, you're looking at March to May before we'd see any federal funds, somewhere in that neighborhood. And we could not start PED or the design agreement work until those federal funds were in hand, unless we have the language allowing us to utilize non-federal funds first. And that's part of the design agreement, and those are things we're negotiating with the state still. So that's the key driver of this whole schedule kind of right now. Yes. Yes, Josh.
Congress has the chief's report. Then what? I mean, and they've had it since May.
Right.
Is this a
So-
normal timeframe for their review? Is it slower than normal? They seem to be occupied with other things right now.
Yeah. Well, so let me step back real quick. So they get an advanced copy when the chief's report is signed. It's not officially theirs to act on yet. It's just that, hey, we got this done. The next step is it goes to the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. They get 120 days to review it. And that should be up by now. I haven't heard if it got passed on to OMB. I'll have to double check on that. It's possible it did. It's possible it went through ASA already. Then OMB gets 120 days to make sure that it's policy compliant within their realm. So that's like, what, 240 days? So I forget how many months. Anyways, so once OMB signs a letter and sends it back to the Corps of Engineers saying this meets all of our policy requirements, it's officially transmitted to Congress. Then they can act on it at any point in time that they want. They have a draft, they have a copy right now saying that we completed the chief's report, but they don't have a copy that they can actually act upon yet. I mean, they could choose to do so without ASA and OMB, and they've done that in the past. Usually they like to wait until both have weighed in and sign off. But once they get it back, and that should be within a couple more weeks or months, the OMB letter saying that it meets everything, then usually that's where it heads into a WRDA conference. 2 WRDAs ago, 2016, WRDA 2016, Congress gave themselves a 2-year deadline. Before that, they had been going on a 7-year plan of WRDAs, and the WRDA 2016 says we will have a WRDA every 2 years. And so we're counting on that for a 2020 authorization.
And so the action that you need Congress to take once they have the actual final one is simply to authorize it for advancement to the actual PD phase.
That we don't have to wait for them to start the PED phase for authorization is construction, but we are allowed by Congress through actual language in WRDA bills previously and current. They keep mentioning this. The Corps doesn't always listen. That PED is allowed to start prior to construction authorization. So we can sign that agreement and move forward with PED without construction authorization. There's no penalty, no punishment, nothing.
And does the Corps need any nudging at this time from external actors to do that?
Actually, they asked permission so far, which is, we were really surprised. ASA and headquarters bought off on it, and as they've technically reprogrammed some funds from other projects to have the PED seed funds in hand. That's why they're actually allowed to go forward and negotiate agreement with the state at this point in time. Otherwise, for whatever reason, headquarters doesn't want us negotiating agreements to start that stuff.
So you don't have to wait 4 to 6 months for WRDA?
Nope. We are good to go so far, which
So
is
those 3
which
points,
is impressive.
Those
for-
3 points that you just gave us on the design agreement are mute because you have money to, that's what I thought we'd heard a while ago.
Well, we have seed money. It's very small. It's $100,000. That's enough. That's enough to get us the agreement, and to get the agreement signed, and to get the team together, and to start some talks, and then everything comes to a screeching halt until funds arrive. So it's pretty much just enough to get us through that next hoop, which is the design agreement, and then we're at a halt until funds arrive. Whether that's with a design agreement that allows the state funds or non-federal funds to be fully utilized, or if it has to be cost shared, then we have to wait for federal funds to arrive in hand, and then we spend at an equal rate. Yes?
Just a couple observations. I was on the Hill last week, and the House and Senate committees are already starting work on a WRDA bill, and they've put out deadlines this month and next month for requests from member offices for projects in WRDA. So that process is moving forward. Also, with regard to funding for PED, which is separate from authorization, of course, my understanding is that the appropriations bills for the Corps, the energy and water bills, are being set up in a way that that funding will be there. I don't think they can specifically earmark it, but it's being set up in a way that they're confident the money will be there. So, setting all that aside for a second, is the key next step right now regarding PED, signing the design agreement with the state of Illinois?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Without that, even if we get funds, we can't move forward at this point in time. So yeah, it definitely is the next step.
Hey Jeff, one last question. I know
Yeah.
you're really popular right now.
It's all right.
So you mentioned that, and none of this is just my, just need some clarity here.
I can send an
So
email
OMB,
to the calendar.
the role that they play, they have to approve this chief's report on a policy?
Yeah.
They clear it.
They clear it. They basically take a look at it, does it meet the president's policies? It's like, because this is coming from the executive branch, like that this is a proposed plan to move forward. And it clears whether it meets executive goals and policy issues.
So
We
is
don't
that-
foresee anything in it that does not meet policy issues, but they take time to look at it and double check.
Up to 120 days.
Up to 120 days.
Not necessarily 120 days.
Right, correct. But they have by law, they get 120 days.
Okay, so it's obviously helpful if there's nothing, no red flags from OMB's obviously perspective.
Correct.
But the way things are moving now, Matt was mentioning, the PED offers appropriations are moving pretty fast. Word language is being developed right now. Is there a scenario that happens that OMB does not respond in a timely manner that Congress is already moving forward on? Is that going to implicate any? What is the implication of OMB not getting back to the core or in Congress on a green light?
Yeah, I'll step out of my role and speculate for a hot second. You can't quote me on this. Knowing the level of congressional interest, I highly doubt a lack of response from OMB would stop this from being included in work. It may not be officially transmitted because of that, but I would assume that the congressionals that have stated an interest would make sure that it is in a word bill, no matter what. And one of the projects that I worked on, they put it in a word bill without a chief's report and demanded that a chief's report be finalized before we started. So Congress has done all sorts of things with these types of situations, and they write the rules and we just go with whatever they tell us to do. Bill, any other thoughts from you?
Just the fact that OMB's been engaged with this process early on and many times, so I don't think that, much like my action plan, I usually get a response within 10 working days. So I'd imagine, they're so clued up on this one, Jeff, it wouldn't take more than maybe 30 days or 60 days max for them to clear the chief's report. It's pretty quick.
It's possible that they have responded, I just haven't got that information.
Your spam folder.
Possible. My spam folder collects a lot of things for weird reasons, so, including messages from this group. So.
Jeff, you hit the key thing. I mean, the congressional interest in this is so high.
Yeah.
That OMB is going to be acting on this pretty quickly.
Yeah. I would agree. All right, next slide. These are potential risk reduction increment activities, looking at some data gathering of things that would help with the risks that are currently included in our cost estimate. This is a long list. It's a lot of different things. I mean, you see here at the top with the stars on the left-hand side, Phase 2 HCRW investigation, geotechnical exploration, topographical boundary, and utility surveys. That all has to do with real estate. That will help reduce the risk. I mean, part of the contingency deals with the unknown around the real estate. So that 66% that we talked about previously, it includes those types of risks in that contingency. So getting that data and getting that taken care of will help. We're talking about building a physical model, modeling the flushing lock, modeling how this would all interact with the waterway down, numerical models, acoustic continued research, bubble curtain research. All of these things will pull together during engineering and design to help give us a better estimate of what we're up against. Next slide. So this kind of, just walk you through it, this is the different phases. And this phase here is a $205 million phase. We look at starting to construct the facility support buildings. along with the air bubble curtain and the first acoustic fish deterrent. That would include excavation and construction of the engineered channel in that location only. And we also put in the upstream boat launch to go with this. This is a 4 to 5 year construction duration, design and construction duration. So yeah, we'll have to look at that exactly during PED to make sure that that's exactly how long it would take, but that's what they're talking about. It would include blasting the entire channel bottom, which is a key component that helps us be prepared for future efforts on the engineered channel. And it is a major cost driver as well. It's one of the things that costs a lot of time and money.
That whole thing is going to be concrete?
That whole thing will be concrete. And that's one of the other things during design phase is like, how do we put that concrete in? Is it, you know, precast panels? Is it pour in place? What have you? How are we going to do that? And what makes the most sense? Phase 2. Look, go ahead.
Does that energy site, does that assume that that's post coal ash removal?
It's just post remediation. Yeah. Whatever would need to be done to make that viable for our project.
That's all I have.
Yeah. Yep. And this big crescent up here, the big wedge next to the facility support, that's basically a laydown area or a construction area that we would. It would just be a temporary easement. It would not need to be a permanent easement. But that's where they would stage all of the construction materials from. That's why this is one of the key risks in this is that as you can see from this aerial shot, there's not a lot of other locations where you have that kind of land that we can stage from. Yeah, Josh.
Is building a larger island an option if the energy costs and the remediation costs and everything are exorbitantly high?
So we have talked about that during the blasting, taking the rock and using it to build a bigger island. Some of that will be used in that capacity anyways, help shore things up. But again, that would require further design and implementation.
I appreciate that, but
yeah.
if it's the lesser of the two cost options and
True.
is land that's already under government control.
Right.
WRD's got some rocks upstream that they could stand to get rid of. So.
True.
Are there actual cost comparisons at this point, or is it because we don't know the remediation cost for energy?
I think we did some back of the envelope cost comparisons, and not using the energy site was quite a bit more expensive. That's why we leaned in this direction, but there is the risk, and that is included.
Build an island is always the more expensive option.
Right.
I just want to make sure we
right. Yes.
Well, just to make sure, when you say you did this cost estimate, that includes the cost of remediating the energy assessment, doesn't it?
No, there's no cost in here for remediation because we are not liable for that.
The cost to you of doing the island is more expensive, but the overall cost, we don't know.
I was trying to join and test it.
We'd have to look. We'd have to understand what the. Yeah.
It may not be.
Yeah.
Yes, it may not be more. That's true. Yep. Okay. Phase 2 would be the construction of the electric barrier. We would complete the control building. We would put in the wall to connect to the lower guide wall, basically extending the engineered channel all the way to the lower guide wall, and the downstream boat launch, as well as construction of the flushing lock. This is the most expensive increment, $534 million and 3 to 4 years of design and construction. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we were.
I'm advancing it here, and I keep forgetting to tell
We
her.
had some technical difficulties. So.
Oh. All right, and then the final one, next slide. This is the final part where they finish off the engineering channel, $90 million, 2 to 3 years of construction, and that you would then end up with a complete project. And that's how the cost went from 700, and I forget what the exact number, to 830. Adding up all these increments adds up to $830 million. Does spread out some of the design and the construction costs that then add to our original estimate. Somebody had a question? Or?
You can go to the next slide.
Oh,
No.
next slide. Oh, there we go. And the final slide, I think. All right, we have a lot of people working on this together, and we still appreciate everybody's input, and especially this group too. And any other questions?
Oh, she's gone.
We've heard over the past few years about a an application being put into play with regards to creating a hydroelectric power generating at the dam there. What's the status of that application and how is the Corps coordinating the designs? Will their design impact your design? Do you know?
So rumors are true, there is an application. It's got a process to go through. Just because there's an I think it's the state that gave them permission, or anyways, I don't have the full story on it. But yes, it's there, but it still has to go through our process to figure out, and in terms of water management and changes to our lock, it would mean a lot of changes to the lock and dam itself. And there's been no design submitted to be reviewed. There's been no plans, as far as I know, that have come in to even start that process, and that would be a very long process to go through. Because whatever company is proposing to do this would have to come to us with their exact plans that then have to be reviewed and approved before they could even start to get the permit to implement them, and that has not occurred. At this point, my understanding is because of the flushing lock and our concerns over water management, I highly doubt that would make it very far, but then again, you never know.
That the hydroelectric plant wouldn't make it very far?
Yeah.
What are the specific concerns around the flushing lock?
During certain dry periods, the amount of water that we let over the dam is very low. And so the concern is if you have 11 lock flushes per day or more or less, even you'd have to be careful how many times you flush the lock because the amount of water that is used to do that. And so it'd take a lot of management over how much water goes over the dam versus through the lock and things like that. And this summer we got really dry in the middle of the summer, but now we're really wet. It's like it would all depend on rainfall and all that good stuff. But we're anticipating there will be years where flushing the lock will be tough, but not undoable. Just it'll take a lot of management. Oh, Bob, sorry. I'm looking all around and past you.
Broad question, function as group. How can this group be of maximum value to the Corps in the Brandon Road project? What is it that this group can bring to the table that can make a difference? If anything.
Are you allowed to tell us?
Yeah, I mean, I think the continued support of the group overall, just in continuing to advocate for Brandon Road, working with your local and federal representatives to support the project in any way that you see fit, continuing to advocate for funding and legislation to see it move forward. That's really the biggest thing at this point in time, at least that I see.
Jeff, as federal agencies, we cannot lobby.
Right, we can't lobby at all.
Neither can we.
Part of my understanding would be that the states would be asked to help lobby for the 100% federal funding beyond Illinois. So there would be, for those of us who are lobbying capable entities, representatives, that would be probably a role.
I think one of the other I'll amend my statement too. Anything, the ongoing research that we have and your support of that, the good questions that come up, keeping us on our toes, looking at things like inserting CO2 into the bubbles that we're looking at for sound and such. I mean, all those things continue to be important. We want to continue to build the bench of how many different technologies we have available, and groups like this that come to bring minds together and think those things through help us as well. So that's not a bad thing either. Yes, Lynn.
As I understand the chief's report, it's, this is probably not a good phrase to use, but I'll use it again, loosey-goosey, that it's not really set. There's a lot of outs if things don't work, and lots of ins if things look like they're working. And so that goes to the CO2. I assume there's other things other than CO2 that are also under review. Could you kind of walk through that list?
Oh, I mean, right now, some of the things that we've got ongoing research on are the electrical. Right now, the current electric barrier uses DC electric, direct current. We do have ongoing research at ERDIC using alternating current. The thought is that it could possibly be more effective, both physically and in cost sense. So there's that ongoing research. We have the CO2, we have the acoustics research that we're ongoing. We've talked, we have multiple avenues with the acoustics. We're looking at the sound itself, trying to develop the most efficient sound. We're looking at the equipment, how much equipment does it take to produce the sound, and what kind of sound coverage we're looking for. We're also doing research on the complete interaction of all of the technologies together. Like how does the bubbles, the sound, and the electric impact one another? That's a proposal that we're looking to move forward. We also, just this year, we got funding for our air bubble curtain. We have some ongoing design work on that to try and see what type of equipment is needed for the air bubbles. What does that produce? How effective is it against fish? And what type of coverage we need to make sure what kind of configuration, those kinds of things. I know the state of Michigan and their park challenge that they had, there was a few technologies that started to be looked at. I think some of those talks have broken down due to lack of funding. But the ones that are the ones that I've listed before are all funded and ongoing. I mean, we've heard about various other. We always had the chlorine the lock treatment with the chlorine that's come up a lot of times. I mean, it's solid science. We're just not sure it's a solid implementable type plan. A lot of issues with killing everything like that. Those are the ones that I know of off the top of my head, and there could be others out there. I know USGS and US Fish and Wildlife have a lot of things going on that we don't have a purview over, but those are the ones that I know of within the Corps.
Yeah, Jeff, last time I was at ERDIC, I was looking at some of the stuff, which I'm always impressed with the work they do. Yeah. But I was kind of shocked because obviously one of the technologies that I think everybody thinks, why not? Because it doesn't seem to impact much is the bubble technology. Yeah. And one of the things I found out was there, which I was kind of shocked by, was they don't really know how to get the bubbles all the way to the top of the water column and be effective at stopping the fish. So maybe that's part of PED work, but when I started thinking about it, I thought, this has got to be the easiest technology we're talking about. It does have some science behind it, unlike most of the other technologies. So if we can't get there, this is kind of a problem. So, yeah. I guess what happens through this PED process, if you get to the point where you use a bubble or anything else you want to, you get to the point where you find out you can't do it. I mean, it seems like, as I read the chief's report, it kind of says, then it goes away. Is that true, or what?
Well, so specifically for the air bubbles, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we're starting research this year to try and figure out those questions, like what does it take from the bottom of a lock chamber to put a curtain of bubbles that would remove fish from the spaces between barges. So you want to try and answer that before we even get into PED as much as possible. As far as the air bubble itself, right now I believe the wording that's in there is, hold on. fish entrainment deterrent. So it's not specific in what that actually is. So if air bubbles for some reason fails, we know that there's something else that we can come up with. Like previously it was water jets, but we did experimentation on water jets and we figured out not viable, won't work. Too much energy, doesn't really do what we want it to do, it's too hard to implement. So we removed that. Same with the air bubbles. Since it's a fish entrainment deterrent, it's got a label on it, but not a specific type of deterrent. We could replace that. We have latitude within the implementation that if we come up with a similar type of technology that would replace it, we are allowed to do that within our design phase work. One of the other things that we've talked about with the implementation language, or the authorization language around the spiraling in of other technologies. Right now, our understanding is that to spiral in technologies, we would have to go through a whole nother study process, which means start a study, get authorization, get funding, not authorization, we have authorization. Start a study with funding, go through this whole process that we went through for the last couple of years with Brandon Road, come to a conclusion and a report to Congress. So we need some language in our authorization that helps short circuit that entire process, like that they would authorize us to look at technologies and spiral them in with a decision by ASA. Like ASA decides, hey, this is good enough, it's met all the NEPA requirements, I've reviewed it, I've said yes, ASA says go. And then Congress will have to still appropriate funds to do that, but at least then we don't have to go through the whole study process. So that is another piece of that authorization language that is key to the flexibility in the plan.
Lynn, I can state a little bit, Jeff, on the sill bubblers. We just started this year. We worked a week back at the beginning of September at Peoria Locking Dam, and the thought is that sill bubblers exist at most of the locking dams already to clear ice away from the gates, and could those, they may not be 100% effective at keeping fish out, but cumulatively, if each one of them could remove 20% of the fish, so that as they pass through 7 or 8 locking dams, we are prepared to do the testing at Brandon Road, but Brandon Road doesn't have a sill bubbler system. So we moved down to Peoria and we collected a week's worth of data back second week of September.
And one of the things that we're planning to do with the money that we got from GLRI is to look at different, like each of those sill bubblers is in place, doesn't require changes, but since Brandon Road doesn't have it and we're going to be building a new one, is there a new configuration we could build that would be more effective than what we currently have? So we know we can build bubblers. We do it all the time. Is there configuration, like right now it's like pipes on the bottom with nozzles every 2 or 3 feet. That's enough to get rid of ice, but it's probably not enough to deter fish. Well, do we have a pipe on the bottom or a series of pipes with nozzles that are every couple inches? Is that what makes it effective for deterring fish? So some of those questions are what we're trying to look at with this experiment as well. And we think that with some close guidance and work, we can get through that, and then we can go to the plan is to seek more funding for next year to go to an implementation phase once we get this more experimental phase out of the way.
I would like to, I see 2 name tags up. I'd like to kind of circle this up. Oh, you guys, neither one of you? Okay, there's any more questions? Because we're a half hour behind schedule now. Oh, did you have?
Yeah, just real quickly, you said that the progress on considering the technologies from the Michigan's Carp Challenge has stalled because of lack of funding. Is that lack of funding within the Corps or in Michigan?
The Corps. Because the idea was that it be handed off to ERDIC to look at. We had some good discussions with the guy who had proposed it, and there was some talk about finding funding within whatever funding is available, but that did not materialize.
Okay. Thank you. So the next item on the may or may not catch us up, the non-federal sponsor discussions. I was unable to make contact with someone from the governor's office in Illinois. So although John was initially not invited to speak to that, he is the Illinois person here. And then Tammy, are you on? Oh wait, I'm muted. Tammy, are you on? We did have some on and off technology, and we are behind. So if Tammy's not there, I have some talking points from her. So I don't know. Do you want to say anything about Illinois?
Yeah, I'll say a word, and it'll be brief because I'm not really authorized to say a whole lot right now. But I'll just say that we understand there's a lot of frustration with the pace at which things have been moving, and we're as frustrated as everyone else. The conversations happening right now are between the Illinois DNR and the governor's office. And the governor's office is going to make a final decision and roll that out. We've been having regular conversations recently, and as recently as 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. There may be a way forward for us now, but the governor has to be briefed and he has to make a decision as to what we're going to do. What's being shared right now is drafts of the PET agreement, so that's all good. And I'm hopeful, this is just me, but I'm hopeful something quite soon will be ready for rolling out and we'll have something to sign. But again, it's the governor's decision, and I'm sure that some decision will be made that everyone will hear probably within the next few weeks, I would guess. So that's about all I can say right now.
Thank you, John. I'm just emailing Tammy to see if she got off during that moment of being dropped. But in the meantime, what she told me was public information to share. I just lost when I was on the other thing. Basically that the state of Michigan has $8 million that can be used for pre-construction engineering and design. Michigan has made the offer to Illinois. They're aware of the funding and the offer to partner in the process. There was the multi-agency meeting in July that you already mentioned. And that's all that she had to say. And I don't think if she was on the phone that she would say a lot more. Tammy, did you come back? No. So that is the information that we have. I'm not sure now if you guys want to talk about that amongst yourself, about what you want to ask. You can ask John questions. So, and you said the local share was 10 million for the first phase of the PED?
Correct. John, I don't know if you can answer this, but at the July meeting, there was talk about sharing draft PEDs with all the other states. Doesn't sound like that's likely going to happen. Have you heard anything about being able to review that PED before it gets signed?
No, and if that was agreed to at that meeting, I wouldn't assume that won't happen. I'm just not aware of that. I wasn't at that meeting and don't have that kind of information, but I'm glad I know that now and I can take that back.
I think there were others that were at that meeting besides myself. Maybe not. So maybe I'm making this all up.
You said that the states did agree?
I believe at the July meeting, Illinois was going to share the draft PED with the other Great Lakes states.
I've heard that from people who were at the meeting.
Yeah, but there was a deadline of getting that draft PED out to the other Great Lakes states as well, and that's long come and gone. So I'm just wondering now if it's sitting at the governor's office and being chewed on there, if that's been kind of washed away. So once the governor decides, he'll probably say, yeah, let's sign it and move on, and the other states probably won't have an opportunity to review it, is what I'm guessing.
Can I ask a question, Jeff? Stop about this.
Fine.
You got your mouth full yet?
Yeah.
So I want to make sure I'm asking at the right time. There's, who are you actually discussing this within the governor's office?
That's a good question. We have limited contact with the governor's office. We've been working mostly with DNR, and but the governor's, I think it's Jessica.
Jessica.
And
That's the name Lauren gave me.
yeah, somebody else. Yeah.
Bria.
I think Bria, maybe Bria.
Bria Scudders, that's the other name Lauren gave me.
Yeah, so those two have been in limited contact with us. We get them on the phone intermittently. Yeah, but the DNR is pretty much on almost all the time. So.
I'm still scratching my head at what Bob said. So
Me
are you-
too.
At one point you said you thought that the states had agreed to the cost share at that meeting in July?
No, to share the,
No.
share
Just
the,
to share the ped.
Right.
Gotcha.
They were gonna prepare a draft PED draft agreement, and that was going to be shared with the other states.
Got it. And we don't know if that's been shared,
It
correct?
has not been shared.
And the court has not seen it either.
Oh.
We gave them our model agreement that they were in possession of prior to the July meeting. And they have not shared with us their version yet.
Pop on and see if she came back. I don't know what she did. We're gonna do one more check.
Negative.
Negative, okay. Yeah, the line dropped us and a bunch of people dropped off. So that's that part. Does anybody, is there value in discussing, or should we move on to
We're
next?
half an hour ahead.
Now we're ahead. So I guess that actually is a good lead into what are the next steps for,
Yeah, just have one question. Are any other states supposed to be involved with the cost sharing at all at this point, or is it just Illinois and maybe Michigan?
In terms of the dollars or the agreement?
The dollars.
We have heard from Illinois, at that meeting, we heard that Illinois had committed and Michigan had committed to helping fund. That's all we have on that.
And I won't speak for other states, but I believe there's interest in Wisconsin to be a contributor to what that is. I have no idea, but I think there's some other states that would see the value in contributing.
Back again.
okay, there's, oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, yes, and just to confirm, once PD is signed, Michigan said, we have $8 million, you can get started with that without waiting for the federal funds to go back to you earlier.
Oh.
Depends what version we get from the state. We gave them a draft version with language that included the ability to allow the federal government to move forward with non-federal funds in advance of a receipt of federal funds. But that portion can easily be removed, and it is not required as part of a model agreement.
There's a risk.
Okay, so there's a risk that if you did that, then it doesn't get through, and then, okay.
Well, so the risk is on the
Yes.
state, because
Yeah.
if we never receive federal funds and we spend all their money,
Yeah, they
then
got nothing.
they can't, the agreement says they cannot expect federal funding. And that there's no guarantee and there's no way to recoup federal funding should we spend all their money.
Yeah.
So, what, if any, role do we all have in any of that? As a group?
So,
At one point had drafted some letters, and then enough months passed that the steering committee said those letters are obsolete. We should start over. Also, it was sort of clear that it was unlikely that everyone would share the same letter. So.
So I heard three things over the course of today that I feel like we could at least discuss taking action on. One would be this, and needing to get some, like needing to push for clarity from appropriate states for what the actual agreement is and that they need to finalize that and let people know what it is. Another would be that the cost associated with that land remediation and NRG seems to me to be a huge driver for what the ultimate solution is here. And I didn't hear a lot about anyone doing anything to figure that out. Maybe that's just that information wasn't shared. And that was one of the points in one of those letters that got tabled from last year, is like, that is a big number, we need to be figuring that out. And that seems like it's on the state of Illinois to do.
Right.
And the other would be, assuming that the chief's report, everything that Jeff is describing ultimately goes to Congress, and a letter just endorsing that and pushing for it to be included in word. I mean, that seems like a simple move it to the next level. Those are the three things that I heard through the course of today, where conceivably some advocacy from our group could have some effect, or at least advocacy from some members, if not everyone can agree to do that.
Josh, would you mind repeating the first one?
This unresolved issue about non-federal payment and needing some clarity and sort of,
Or what was the action item associated?
I don't know, a statement from us elevating it as a point of urgency, that we need some clarity on this. Right? Just making people aware that there's a group paying attention and that it feels like a decision needs to be forthcoming.
And then the last we heard about the NRG side is that there was litigation perhaps going on, and that might be why that we weren't hearing anything back on that. That's the last I heard. So.
We're not. Lily is the one that sues people.
Yeah.
Kathy, just sort of a hybrid between what I heard today, but also a group that I think had always been really helpful in how to think about things, with the policy and technology group, which hasn't met for well longer than last December, so it's been a long time. I feel like there's a lot of things that are just hanging, like that we don't really have enough knowledge, just based on Jeff's, he puts up one slide and there's 30 plus minutes of questions, and I'm not sure we got to where it really was. I'm just wondering if this is more of a ongoing, something that would be really helpful is just ongoing and more in-depth education on kind of all the workings of what's going on. And I'm thinking in particular about all the stuff that's going on with the Asian carp plan for 2000, that will be going on for 2020. I've tried to get through that pretty much every year, and I don't, it's just too much. But I think kind of having some big picture ideas of what's going on, how this is all working together, what the dollars amount mean. I mean, I had a bunch of questions on the dollars up there, and I thought, I'm not going there because it'll bore everybody, but it's stuff we have to know if we're going to be for or against it. Because there's a cost benefit analysis here that, and kind of the impacts on other stuff. There were a couple things on there about navigation that didn't make sense to me. How do we put that in line? So I think there's an educational need for anybody that wants to know what's going on. And otherwise, there's just like these little group things that go on for Congress that are pretty much show and tell and focused on one very narrow point of what's happening in this process, and that's not helpful, I don't think, in the long run.
I would concur we should probably reconvene the technology. I concur we should convene the technology and policy group. Jeff, we could work on that after this meeting. You found it helpful, right, Lynn?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so.
Bill, I actually think everybody would find it helpful, and I actually think everybody that sits around this table, I don't mean like, put people in handcuffs and make them go. But if you don't understand some of the science and the costs and how it's working, your opinions are kind of useless around this table. And so I think people have to be more informed than most people seem to be about the technologies, where they are, who's working on them, why they're working on them, the interface between the agencies, how the government actually works. I mean, it's kind of amazing to me that the processes seem unknown to a lot of folks. So I think that education has to be put front and center.
And
I think we just got that, and that was wonderful. There was a lot of
That was
dialogue.
101. That was definitely 101. And,
yeah, but I
and the
guess-
fact that we're into this for 9 years, 10 years, I mean, come on. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff that's going on right now that we didn't even get close to. The stuff that's going on in ERDIC is amazing. The stuff that they're looking at with some of this other research is pretty amazing stuff, but never has been in a commercial navigation channel. Unless we understand all the impacts, it's just kind of, it's bits and pieces. It's not the full picture. And if we're going to make good judgments and think about this well, everybody's got to have that big picture. And I don't think it's there. It's not even close to there.
I have a question, I guess, for Jeff on that, just because being new, like, how much of all of those impacts are in the PED phase? Like, the navigation impacts, is that part of the PED phase of the different things?
Yes, so one of the things that we've talked about is building a physical model of the entire project. And I know they've already laid out where they would put that and everything. They just need the funding for it out of the PED phase. And that would take a look at how this interacts with navigation as well. It would definitely speak into some of that. So there's definitely pieces of that would come during PED. I know we've also, like with the acoustics, they've already been working on some of those things. Like one of the great things is we've had a good partnership with the navigation group out there. They have their site just south of the barrier. We put the acoustics there in Hanson, thank you. Yeah, Hanson helped us set up a temporary acoustic barrier in their location during some outages of the electric barrier. It was like shut down for maintenance. And they've done a lot of good testing out there as far as what did the navigation folks get from that? Like can you hear the sound outside the water? Does it go through the hole? Does it interfere with radio communication, stuff like this? So they've started some of that, but it definitely it's an ongoing process because that's like a small subset of what we would propose to do later. So it's like, it's started, but yes, we need to do more.
Well, and think something like Jim said about putting the bubble barriers at every lock, does it 20%? And the way this chief's report is written, you could move in that direction. You could also move in that direction with acoustics. So I think there's, and some other stuff. So there are different avenues to go that, I mean, this plan came out and everybody's really focused on that. I think that's pretty parochial at this point.
Okay, so I'm hearing, some of the action items I'm hearing is more in-depth education about the technology and impacts, and some folks need that before the PED, and maybe some of it won't even exist till the PED. I'm hearing make some recommendations now, or discuss,
I appreciate the update from John and IDNR. I think there's answers to questions that are state of Illinois answers.
Yeah.
What is going on with this non-federal cost share agreement? What is going on with investigation NRG? And if that's not IDNR, if that's the governor's office, if that's the clinic, I don't know who it is, but they're not here talking about those things. And those are other things. I'm not dismissing Lynn's request for more technical information. She needs that information to help her make her decisions. It's fine. I need other information to help me make my decisions. And the folks who have those answers aren't here. And maybe they don't have those answers. We need to light a fire under them, or at least compel them to come and share what the current thinking is with this group.
Well, and that's a good question for me as the new administrator, having not really worked in this group before. I sent emails, I made calls, and I didn't get a lot back. Took me a while to get actual phone numbers. None of those people are actually in the Illinois directory, but neither are you online. Must be pretty old, but so, and I don't know if that's something where more Illinois people would be more effective than a person with Indiana, but
It's a new administration, so.
yeah, I don't know. I know the Alliance was working on that, and first Molly and then Joel, and I don't think that.
On securing a speaker here?
Yeah.
We didn't hear anything back.
Yeah,
We
so.
had the same contacts that you named earlier.
Yeah, so there are crickets from that.
Kathy, just to reaffirm,
Yeah.
so we have this technology and policy work group that we had convened in the past. So I think on behalf of Jeff and I, we are going to recommit to convene that in the not distant future. Fair enough, Jeff? Would you concur with that? Sure, we do that.
There was one attempt earlier in the summer to try to co-schedule that with this so people could cross-pollinate if they wanted. But the ACCRC people could never get hotel rooms, so that kept messing things up, but.
So Kathy, I think I might have walked in when,
Okay.
I might have missed something, so I apologize if it's already been covered, but I think I heard there was some sort of recommendation, or at least a discussion, point brought up about this group putting forward some sort of recommendation to the Illinois DNR. Did I get it right? About what's the status of the design agreement, what's the status of energy? Were you suggesting it in some sort of letter format, or are you suggesting?
I simply, through the course of discussion today, heard a couple of things where it felt like some statement or advocacy from our group could help pry forward an answer.
Yeah, I would forward or second that, if that's a possibility to discuss. I don't know what that would look like, but I think it would behoove us to actually get more answers. And in the past, we've done that by putting forward some sort of very straightforward letter asking for more information, update. That would be a good discussion for us to consider as a next step for this committee.
Follow up on the energy point. I will say I don't know what's going on with the site. I know that there is litigation against energy over coal ash at existing coal plants, not at this particular site, as far as I can tell. Jack is not in Sierra Club's involved. Typically, contaminated sites work is not handled by any of the Illinois state agencies that have been involved in this process, as far as I know. I mean, it's an Illinois EPA thing. They have been in and out, but not really involved, and not DNR. So I think part of what we can do as Illinois, Chicago-based groups is just figure out who within the existing Illinois EPA we can go to and just say, look, can you just give us an update on this? And is there anyone who can send who can clarify some of the question marks about where this site is and what's happening on it? Because it shouldn't be that hard to figure out. And I worry that if all we do is send a general letter targeted at the governor's office, that's just going to go into the pile of things that they will get to 2 years from now.
And I do think that letter was started after last December, and then I wasn't sure where to direct it either, so, other than the EPA.
I think it's a combination of both. I mean, if there's anything this body could do, I think at any point we would probably need to consider what are those touch points that we can engage, that when there is some, I think, level of agreement that more information is better than not enough information.
I worry that elevating it more publicly rather than going quietly to people at IEPA is going to make people stop sharing information quickly rather than just the technical folks telling us what they know, which sometimes.
But what information is being shared?
I'm saying that if the technical folks would have shared that information had we only gone to them quietly, but all of a sudden we're asking the governor for it up front in a venue that makes it, news, they might get shut up. So maybe it would behoove us to go quietly first and say,
And ask.
what have you got on your site that you can share? And then figure out how to
So that's germane to the energy site. What about this request for like a status update on the
that I'm just saying,
sponsorship?
handle
Or just
however
even
we
reminding
need
them
to.
that people are paying attention and care.
I'm only addressing the energy side.
Yeah.
Making the point that IEPA typically has not been super involved.
Scott Twait has been part of the student in the past. He's on our list.
Microphone for people on the phone.
Oh.
Scott Twait, my EPA, is on the list of resources here. He's been at these meetings in the past. He's not here today, but he might be someone to reach out to that might have information on that, on the energy side.
Do you remember what his specific role in IEP is? Because I also know if they're not in the same division.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, it's all still okay.
He's water quality person.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a
You need a.
RCRA or something. Okay, so some of that is homework that we can do, try to find who at IEPA. If they don't get back to me, then I'll contact some Illinois people to bug them. I think we have those letters, the letter to the governor drafted, but it was old by the time we got organized, so we can revisit that at the next steering committee call. Acknowledging that maybe not everybody wants to have it come from the whole group. I think that's what happened.
You're saying that there was a letter drafted to the governor about the design agreement?
It was about putting it in the budget, but I think that then this took off, and we're not to the budget. We missed the budget window, and then we canceled a bunch of meetings because of not being able to schedule it. So I think we could revisit the letter, update it with this information, and then recirculate it to see who. But I'm not sure about the process of signing on. I think at the last time we had a letter, they said send it out to everybody, and then you can all send it if you want to. Was that where?
So in the summary from the preceding meeting, there's reference at the end to like
4 letters.
I was facilitating, right?
Yep, there were 4 letters.
7 different things that I suggested we might do, and the group agreed to do 3 of them.
Right.
One was, and this is all in the summary, one was draft a letter saying, it is important that the state of Illinois figure out what's going on with this energy site and what the cost of remediation or an acquisition or whatever. This is important. We are signaling to you that this is important. The other was, the state of Illinois needs to pony up some money for its share of the design work. And the third was, I think, the Congress lesson.
Was what?
I think it was to Congress about something. I have to get back to this.
There's nothing about it.
We drafted those.
Right.
We drafted those 3 letters, sent them to the steering committee to review, and then it's just been sort of on hold.
Yeah.
It feels like the energy one is still perhaps relevant. The one about ponying up some money for design costs, I think it moved at this point. But the lack of a presence here from the governor's office or anybody else, to me, speaks to needing to remind them that there's a sense of urgency here from stakeholders throughout the state, the Great Lakes region, whatever. Their presence at future meetings would be much appreciated, that being able to answer questions. John is nodding his head, I don't want to put you on the spot, but like, what kind of nudging would be helpful to folks in the administration right now?
I can say that they are perceiving a sense of urgency, not only from within the state, but from other states as well. So, and I reached out to them prior to this meeting, and they declined to come.
You reached out to other states?
Governors.
So.
Which I, thank you for doing that, John. I call that baloney on governor's office in Illinois. Right? If there's urgency that they're hearing from folks in our state and from out, and then they're not coming to participate and share status updates, or at least hear from all of us, then that's something, we need to just say something about that. Lack of participation.
So I have a question, because the one question is, if they're still negotiating are they waiting to see if they can get it federalized before they, I don't know.
We don't know.
That's
the question. What is it that they're, give us an update, that's all.
I'm feeling like if they won't tell their own DNR.
And the fact
Why'd
that the
they tell
Corps
us?
hasn't seen the draft is really alarming to me. I mean, that just, I'm really nervous about that whole aspect of not sharing that with the Corps. There's going to be back and forth once the Corps sees it, I'm sure. It's not going to be, hey, this is great, sign it, let's go. Right? That'd be,
Oh, that could happen. No.
You never know.
and then when if and when the states get to see it, there's gonna be input from different states, so there, I'm gonna retire before this is done.
So I can write a letter and send it out to everybody and, but I'm not sure if that's a consensus opinion that that's what should be done.
What do others think? Throw it out for discussion.
I think it would be valuable to do some poking around at IEPA and find out who the leads are on the site before we energy site. But if it's in legal, then they might not answer.
What is the question on the table to consider a letter? I mean,
Not really. The letter was where we left off before. We don't have to do a letter. I don't.
What I'm asking you is, I would like to see some others who have not spoken yet, maybe provide some input, so we can give a little more guidance on where we should go next.
Well, I think on the NRG side question, there have been some developments, right? You've got some new, we never sent the letter that we had drafted at the end of last year, is that right?
Right.
So, but you've got, the state has passed this law to initiate a coal ash rulemaking, which will affect that site, and so there are questions about the timetable for that and its applicability to this site that, you know, the agency, I think, has been thinking intensively about these issues in ways they weren't at the end of last year, and so there may be people who would be better able to answer the question than they were at the end of 2018.
Jack, do you know anything about the specific timeline of that rulemaking?
So they are in a sort of a pre-rulemaking stakeholder session right now. They've been having listening sessions around the state. I think that there are some very clear timelines in the statute for when they're supposed to be proposed to the Pollution Control Board, and I think that will be, I think in the first quarter of next year, I think there's supposed to be a proposal. Which would probably take about 12 to 18 months to finalize at the Pollution Control Board, and then we'll have the regulatory framework that applies to this site and others will be a known thing, which it hasn't been until now.
So maybe you can help me find a person to maybe get on a conference call or a webinar to explain the timelines and things. Would that be beneficial? Then everybody would understand at least what might be happening there.
Do you think they'd openly share those areas of consideration, or is it like
No, I think they'll show the rulemaking
Yeah, I don't
process.
think those exist yet. They're really in the midst of the listening sessions, and so they're following the sequence of the bill, which was to listen first, and then, so I don't think that they either have, or would certainly not probably be able to talk about different scenarios, but they could, I think, walk through a timeline of what the statute requires them and what they see. Regulations being applicable to sites like this.
Yeah.
Do you, I mean, are they thinking they're actually going to comply with statutory timelines, or is this another, like,
They're aiming to hit the timelines, looks like, yeah.
So, I mean, we may have more clarity about the first quarter of 2020 then.
Yeah. So that seems like a good first step to see if we can find out from Illinois EPA what's going on with that, because that's going to influence whatever we say about, we can say whatever we want about the NRG, but if they're following a timeline and a process that applies to it, it might not change. Okay.
A question for Jeff. Hearing this discussion here, are you sitting there thinking, we already know the answers at this point? Or would this be brand new knowledge to the Corps to sit through a presentation such as what Mark and Jack and Emily are talking about?
That would be helpful for the Corps probably as well.
So, you know, from a concept, recommendation, whatever, going forward, you know, perhaps we should look to try to have another advisory committee meeting in the next couple of months and hear from Illinois EPA what they've garnered through their public outreach process, perhaps hear from somebody in the Office of Land in Illinois as to what the status is legally of this piece of property, with regards to, the Corps being, or the state of Illinois being able to do anything on it. I mean, it
Yeah.
seems like that would be a beneficial discussion for not just only us advisory committee members, but perhaps the Corps of Engineers to hear. And I don't want to make the assumption you don't know this stuff, but just asking if it's value added for you.
Well, I think the suggestion that you threw back doors with the EPA, what's going on with this specific site, would be even more helpful. I mean, it sounds like this rulemaking procedure is kind of off in the future, and the plan that we currently have is to avoid the one portion of the site where we think there could be fly ash. Like there's a big mound out there, and so the team has gone to great lengths to try and avoid that area, which could be what would be mostly impacted by this rulemaking. Although, I mean, who knows, maybe it's over the whole site. We don't have any characterization stuff, but if there's someone at EPA that has some information, that would be definitely useful.
And I think you could also explain if there's some sort of site-specific federal state process that is moving on a separate track from the rulemaking, because it's not clear, I wasn't involved at all, I can go ask Jenny, but it's not clear to me how the state process overlays would already exist in terms of legal responsibilities for contaminated sites that would be happening under federal law, would keep going site by site. So it's entirely possible, as Johnny's saying, that there's separate consideration and separate work that could happen on that site in advance of whatever's happening statewide.
So
It's also, I'll say it's also possible IEPA will basically say, well, we don't even want to, they will try to stall and make the two things line up,
So I'd like to get a sense, I think making an ask of IEPA is very reasonable and doable to educate us or tell us what they're doing. And I heard Kay kind of would like that at a full in-person meeting. Or is that preferable to like a webinar or something that we could put online and people wouldn't, I mean, most of you guys live here, so it's okay. Preference, no preference, ask them what they think.
I prefer an in-person meeting.
Okay.
And I'd like to ask the governor's office for an update on the sponsorship thing too, at the same meeting.
Yep, we will ask them. Ask
There
them
are a
again.
couple things supposedly beginning in January 2020 that it seems like trying to get a meeting in before the end of the year would be timely.
Okay.
Yeah, another item that could be considered then is the status of WERDA and what kind of requests are going in for Brandon Road. As I said, the House and Senate committees are beginning development of that bill now, and member offices, both committee members and other members, deadlines for putting in requests are this month and I think in early November. So, and I know, I believe that among others, Illinois senators are likely involved. And so there may be some clarity on those proposals, which would get at authorization, including the issue of construction cost share.
Okay. Well, we have by chance inquired of CMAP and our own calendars about December 3rd or January 7th. Those are both Tuesdays. This Tuesday seemed to work pretty good. I don't really know what all you had to do to get here today. If there's anybody knows their calendar yet for December 3rd or January 7th?
I can't do January 7th. Session starts.
Oh.
I have a problem with the 3rd, but there are other people that can sit in this chair for me.
Okay. So I have one no each for those 2 days. I'm just gonna pick one. I'm not.
Want me to check the colors too?
What?
Want me to
Why
check
don't you
with
shoot
the
out
colors
of
too?
December 3rd? Why don't you shoot out of December 3rd and see if folks
Okay.
can make that earlier date?
Okay.
Once they can check their calendars.
Okay. So everybody write down December 3rd. And I don't know who's still on the line, but we're gonna look and see if anybody typed in yes, no.
And maybe the draft PED be available,
Yep.
so that should be on the
So maybe
agenda.
that's what, maybe instead of just specifically will you come, we can say, hey, can you share the draft PED that was agreed to be shared at
Right.
the state meeting? Okay.
Is, once that's shared with the Corps, is that a public record that can be distributed to stakeholder group?
That's up to the state. Our stuff is public record, because what we handed to the state was a public record. It's a bare bones agreement. There's nothing secret about it. So it's up to the state whether they want to share their version or not.
Okay.
Is that going to be an all-day or a half-day thing, or what, for
Um,
scheduling this room?
2 weeks.
Don't want to know.
Was a good question. This meeting did take all day, but we haven't met since December. If we did a meeting in December, do we need a whole day again?
Yes.
Yes, everybody, okay.
We always aspire to know, but the reality is always there.
Okay.
We could try and coordinate that other group meeting to go with it too.
Your ACRCC?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Technical
we do
policy.
the technical one. We try and run that for December 3rd, like do it like on the 4th or the 2nd.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what
We
I
can
don't,
do that.
apparently people were running into trouble getting government rate rooms in Chicago. Do they not have those anymore, or?
No, they have them, it just depends on the time of the season.
Okay,
This is really a busy week this week.
okay. No, but all the other weeks that happened too, so
There's not much going on in December, so it should be.
nothing going, nothing at all going on in December in Chicago.
But, you know, the further advance notice that we give.
Yeah, that's why I'm starting out.
Just
Okay.
roll some cots out
Do
what? Roll some cots out.
Cots out here.
Do you want me to go lock it in and see if I
Yeah,
can lock it now?
yeah, okay. We're gonna try to lock that in right now. Okay, so, and then the goals for the agenda would be, IEPA, update on either whatever they would share about the energy site, which may not be much because of if they're in litigation, or how their rulemaking might impact that site. So it was something.
It's both, right?
Yeah, it's both.
It's a place update,
Mhm.
this process rulemaking update.
Right.
And what's the intersection between the two?
And then also another ask to the governor's office or someone to share the PED as was agreed to, the draft PED. Maybe you will already have it. It could happen. And then if not, to come and explain to us why. And it will help at that point when we're trying to do that if everybody helps ask. Because maybe be that they didn't know me, but okay. And then also updates on WRDA from people who know that. So do we need to ask for congressional staff to come, or will other people be up to date on that?
I would start with Matt McKenna, with
Okay.
manages the congressional task forces,
Okay.
and he would know which offices are giving lead on this.
Okay.
They would probably just call.
Yeah. Okay. So that's at least 3 big giant lifts. So, anybody, any other hot topics? We'll talk about it more in steering committee call, plus all the other stuff we left from this morning.
Is there a hot topic Lynn wants to have covered that? Any of your technical questions you want to answer to that meeting?
I'll leave that to the technology policy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Since it's the last meeting of the year, and we
Yeah.
had a little bit of discussion about steering committee makeup
Yep.
for the next 2 years.
Mhm.
We need to get a resolution for that.
Yeah, the steering committee and the kind of moving forward processes that we talked about this morning. And then the only really other thing, we caught up almost. And this was a separate item, but it doesn't have to be, was looking at the work plan of different topics to focus on in 19, which are almost over. One of them that has come up a few times is the two-way, I have too many papers. Two-way and we focused very heavily, this group, of my understanding is focused very heavily on the CARP and the Brandon Road, because that's a really heavy lift. And so I didn't know if there would be interest, there was interest in learning more about it. Just stand up a smaller group to work with us on what to do with that.
Yeah, I was going to ask the question about the working plan and
Yeah.
how these different policy and technology group or the steering committee, how these things all work together. I think we need some clarity on that and how we're moving forward, even the questions that Lynn asked about like how some of these big issues fit into a larger perspective, and obviously volunteer Dave again to provide some expertise on the two-way, on the work plan from the two-way basin separation perspective.
I thought the work plan was in the packet, but I can't find my own right now, so I may be wrong. Aha! 2019 work plan is in the packet. I don't know, they all look the same. Next time I'm gonna use different colored paper. And so we wanted to focus on the controls of Brandon Road Lock and Dam, the chief's report be finalized, progress schedule, congressional authorization, funding, and PED authorization, and non-federal sponsorship. That was the first potential meeting topic. Second was near-term and longer-term efforts to prevent two-way AIS movement through the CAWS. Third topic, information updates on AIS locations and populations. We just had some of that today. And I think they're going to finish the season in October, so they might have the whole year end point. The status and efficacy of structural and non-structural control methods and technologies for preventing movement. We heard a couple of them today. Thing I don't have a good handle on, well, so some of those we're covering today. The remaining ones are, besides the two-way AIS, the beneficial economic use of waterways, and relationship between that and AIS controls, risk analysis, which is kind of goes back to the Brandon Road project, and the economic impacts. And a little bit of that was my, because I know Sea Grant has a lot of economists, researchers, so I don't know if they would be interested in that or not, but so then we were going to get a new administrative agent. I mean, we're going to look at this, make sure the steering committee, we're going to talk about that, is set up for next year. And that was the plan. So since we got off to a slow start, I was going to try to stand up the group about the two-way AIS movement, a smaller group to work with Joe on where there might be a value add for us there, or what we need to know, and then maybe
That's what the third letter was. It was a letter to Congress reminding them that while we're
Yeah.
working on Brandon Road, we also need to make sure that we're dedicating funding for continued study of two-way solutions.
Right.
That's what the third letter was from last year.
Right. But there's not a lot of detail in here of what that would be, so that I did procrastinate that letter. Okay. So we have a, I don't know, people want to, you said, Susan, that you were volunteering.
He's going to be cool, but yeah, Dave Hamilton.
Dave Hamilton, okay. Is there anybody else who wanted to, I think that Lisa wanted to volunteer for that too.
And I can help volunteer for that as well.
Okay, Mark, Lisa, and at PNC, that's 3. That seems like a good group. Anybody else? Okay, so what we'll be trying to do with that group is arrange a conference call to just start talking about what resources might be available.
Is that group have a leader now? Other people want
I think Susan was
joining down the line.
Dave Hamilton. You appointing Dave Hamilton as the chair?
I have to start volunteering for stuff too.
Is that something that the steering committee would get updated on our regular calls as well?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I was going to volunteer to do that.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd like to be on that.
Greg Conover, okay. Okay. Because I was going back and looking at the at the very beginning, I think this group went through a whole species of concern, which ones to worry about, and so I guess we need to revisit that and go from there. So, okay, so we have 4 people for the working group. We have a tentative meeting date of December 3rd, more than tentative because we reserved the room.
Right, no, it's still tentative until I get the paperwork in. It's-
Okay.
Yes, so, yes,
Um,
for this room, as long as it's the same setup. It sounds like I've just got to complete some,
I guess I should ask if people are okay with this building. We were trying new technology out today, but I think it worked pretty good here. And
Is there a backup of VPA?
yeah, we'll check with Bill if yeah. We were late last time, so the only room left was set in classroom style, and I didn't think that would work very well for discussion.
I'll work to finalize it ASAP, hopefully get out word within the next, few days, so.
Unless folks would like to go to Southern Illinois for a change of venue.
Kay and I were lobbying for meeting in Portage.
Yeah, come to our place.
Neutral. Neutral site.
You can also come out to Indiana, but we have a train.
We've got a train.
We do have a train. Okay, so the next thing on the agenda, and we're a half hour now, is reports from CAWS group members. Does anyone have anything they would like to report on? Okay.
It's more a question of being posed to the group for serious consideration, and not in a negative fashion, but in a realistic fashion. What would be our answer as a committee should someone from Washington say, you can either have money for Brandon or partial money for a two-way? How would we answer that question? Or what if no money gets appropriated for Brandon and they ask us to come up with what might work for us? Not expecting anybody to answer that question today, but it would be interesting to hear some discussion about it in December. I don't know what the other states have gotten federally for their Asian carp initiatives from the feds, but we may see being hard pressed to get $1 billion for a one-way structure when this is an issue across the nation with 4 different types of fish that need federal funding. I just a thought for consideration, and what would we come up with? What would we be okay with? Would we be okay with anything? And if not, what will we do differently? So just tossing that little grenade out there.
I'm going to follow up real quick and just echo, I think that would be an outstanding conversation to have on the agenda for the next meeting. So,
Market.
I would like to have that discussed.
Okay. I'm writing that down. Agenda. Hard choices there. Any other updates, questions?
Everybody biting their tongue.
Everybody's. See, I do that on purpose so that everyone would be fried by now. No. Okay, nobody has any updates or reports? Should we have an updated report? We just adopted our 2050 plan. Has nothing to do with any of you, but yay. Yay us. It got approved. And our public participation plan got approved. And yay, that's harder than you, those aren't from our area, it's harder than you might think.
I guess I'll throw something out there just as a clarification. Kay, you mentioned a couple of times, kind of alluded to funding in Kentucky for their Asian carp work. And the language in the Senate Appropriations Bill, that was spearheaded by Senator McConnell out of Kentucky, but that's funding for the Fish and Wildlife Services base agency funding for implementation nationally. So it's focused on the Great Lakes and on the Mississippi River Basin. It won't all be directed to Kentucky.
Wow.
So that's,
Kentucky media doesn't know that.
Yeah, it's worded to champion what Mitch's efforts have done, Senator McConnell's efforts have done to help with the problem in Kentucky, but it's $25 million to the Fish and Wildlife Service for actions in the Great Lakes and the Mississippi River Basin, and I think there was $2 million for USGS. Was that the number? Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. Since the media didn't get that covered right.
Okay.
Good to know he still remembers how to advance some legislation.
Yep. That's,
One thing I'll put out there, since all of the two-way conversations have largely focused on efforts within the Chicago problem area, I do think kind of going back to who we need at the table to discuss those things, we need city representation. I think, Joe, there's additional NWRD voices that can be brought to the table. Those were critical actors in the prior discussions of that topic.
Okay.
I don't know how we have, we can all say what we think and what we want, but I think that those are critical folks to have engaged. Who are, again, Joe is here, but in the past we've had the head of the agency who has various representation from the city.
that was a question on the membership list, because I don't know if the city people were from the previous administration.
Most likely, and it's most likely that we don't know who the heck it'll be yet.
Okay.
But we might, but we should be.
Okay.
It's probably been 5 years since we've had somebody from the city, from the mayor's office in here, hasn't it?
Stefan attended as late as last year, but he was not happy.
Okay. I think the city was on the ex officio list, so maybe that's why, but, okay.
My best guess for a city person right now is Ian Sheehan, who's the deputy mayor for infrastructure coordination. That's the best guess, the person to include.
Okay.
And a conversation about this may well be the first conversation she's ever had
Okay.
about aquatic species in the thought.
Right. And so it's probably, it may be beneficial to me if folks who know the people can do an email intro or something, so that they're not like, why is this Indiana person?
It seems like on this
Yeah.
two-way, we're going to have a work group. It sounds
Yeah.
like the work group
Yeah.
needs to
Figure out what.
2 sentences in this work plan.
Yeah.
And
Turn it into a
refine,
thing.
Develop a little bit of a scope of work.
Yep.
And what are the things we want to address? What do we want to try to accomplish before we start
Yep.
flagging?
Yeah, that is the point of the working group. Yep. Okay, so so the review action items, the action items are try to get a really long agenda for December 3rd with a lot of people that didn't come today to come, or more updates, to stand up the two-way group. And people were going to send me updated contact information if they knew people were the wrong people or the wrong information. We'll continue to work on our end on our constant contact issues to the extent we can. If you run into friends at other meetings that weren't here today and they say, I've never heard of this, then let me know, let them know. Did I miss anything? That was sort of a not very detailed repeat, but
Shoring up the steering committee members.
shoring up the steering committee members, thank you.
On that note, I think we should probably schedule a steering committee call before the December meeting.
Right, so we should have one coming up
October 15th?
October 15th, and then another one in November,
Okay.
the same one in November.
Tuesday.
The Tuesday mornings in there at 8:30 Central.
Central.
On the 15th of October.
And I was trying to strike a balance because I feel like Matt had something before or after, and somebody else, if 8:30 is a problem.
November date?
I'm gonna look.
That's the existing steering committee.
Oh.
November
19th, I think.
19th? Why don't I look at a month?
Yes, 19th.
I think we do the third Tuesday in the month.
Yeah,
Yes,
third Tuesday.
8:30 Central. don't. I mean, people, we all put it on our calendars.
Yeah, is that-
It's recurring, so there's not
I feel like we finally got that nailed, that almost everybody was on it last time. Okay. Except Molly, because you're Molly now, right now.
I'm temporarily Molly.
Okay. So is there anything else for the, good, we got done now an
For the
hour.
cause, go ahead and
For
say
the
it.
cause. Anything else for the cause? That's a big pun. Are we done? We're done. See, we're done an hour early.
Jeez, no reaction at all from the crowd. It's a tough group.
Now I feel bad. There was earlier on where I cut people off discussion.
Mr. Conover has a question.
Oh, yes. Oh.
Just going back to before the action items, we were having a two-way conversation. I just had a question for Jeff. Related to that, in our last meeting in December, there was quite a bit of talk about two-way, where that was at, and what was needed to see anything progress there. I'm assuming we're in the same place we were last December, where you needed both. Was it just appropriations, because the authorization's already there, to be glamorous, so but appropriations are needed.
Which is literally the letter that we wrote for the group was seeking that. So the draft letter may still be relevant.
Okay.
It needs some updating, but,
Mhm.
and that was something the group had committed to doing, was sending it, just seeking the appropriations to continue examination. So we should review the draft.
So it would be
Yep.
wonderful.
That's going to
So is
be
that
on the
our
steering
action item
committee.
list?
Yeah, I think we'll talk about the next steering committee.
Yep.
Just a quick question on that too. As I recall, a lot of the discussion was around whether the board could start more intensively looking at the chlorine lock concept in parallel with whatever was moving forward. And granted, obviously, we're farther than in parallel because there have been any updated consideration the board actually taking on
Two-way?
looking at the concept that TNC has done.
Oh, so we've done a thorough evaluation. We've been in contact with them about that, and we have let them know where we stand with that. But the two-way question is still in the same place where we're still looking for funding. So, yeah.
Does that go in WORDA too? Does that need to go in WORDA too? No, that's
does not.
separate?
We have authorization through the Glimmer's original
Okay.
2007 WORDA that basically gave us authorization to continue to study the
Okay.
whole issue.
So it's just that Glimmer's has to get money for it.
You have to go through the appropriations process.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And I think there is, as Matt had mentioned earlier, there's some interesting language in the current versions of the funding bills for the Corps, but it doesn't behold the executive side to everything that maybe is out. But
Oh, so stuff's in there, but they don't have to spend it.
well, no,
Oh,
it's
okay.
It's tricky because, like you said, you can't have an earmark.
Right.
But there's some language that could help push in the right direction.
Okay.
Trying to strongly suggest the Corps, they're giving them more money and trying to strongly suggest that they use it for church purposes.
Okay.
Was
like walls. Oh.
Where do we end up on, besides asking Illinois DNR and come and give us an update of the summary?
I think that's what we ended up with as the ask.
For them to come in December?
Yes.
It's not that far away.
Right.
Well,
There's nothing more immediate?
We could-
That's, I mean, it is October 1st, it's 2 months. So, I mean, I'm just throwing out for discussion, I mean, I think waiting till December, I mean, by putting them on their agenda, I don't know if that's a sufficient enough answer and the time frame for us to move forward on.
Is that something that we could address on the steering committee call to talk about a more sort of like nimble group that could take action?
I would say this, if a group, if a collection of the people here wishes to do something outside the auspices of this committee, that is always their choice.
Right.
And so if there's a collection of entities that wishes to issue a statement to the governor's office about something, that would be a sidebar in the hall for folks who might be interested in doing that.
I think you could just say, hey, we had this meeting, here's all these people that were there, here's all the questions we had, and there was no one there, no one to speak to any of them?
No.
Could you come in December? No?
No.
Don't do
You
that?
can't do it.
Okay.
You can't reference the CAWS Advisory Committee without agreement of all parties. So
Okay.
Josh could go
Okay.
and he could send a letter with Mark
Okay.
saying our organizations would like an update on this, but they can't reference the fact that nobody from Illinois showed up at the CAWS meeting.
Okay.
type of thing.
Thank you.
Could we not say as a group that we were disappointed nobody came by the way we're meeting on December 3rd, just so you can send that message more or less immediately that their absence was noted, and by way of inviting them to the next meeting.
Something along those lines might be better. I just feel like we shouldn't just
Yeah.
wait and let it sit for 2 months.
Right.
Right.
Is there consensus to at least say that, ask that?
How, here's where we go.
Yeah.
How are you gonna word it?
Yeah.
Right,
Because
so
you're
is that language that we could then run by the full group before actually reaching out to the governor's office?
Yeah,
And
you
then
have to go
anyone
through a
else?
process to
Okay.
get approval, but yeah.
Okay. We will
So
talk that,
basically, we're saying, in an invitation to present at the next meeting, we're going to express some disappointment, and we have to, that they weren't here at
Right.
this one, and we have to figure out a word.
Just don't say you're disappointed. Just ask them to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry you weren't able to make the October 1st meeting. Please join us
Right.
on December 3rd.
There were a lot of questions about.
Cookies and
Yeah.
brownies
And-
will be served.
and,
There you go.
and to be fair, it
Don't
took
be
a long
here.
time to try to stalk the right information.
Yeah.
I was like stalking people on LinkedIn.
So yeah, we should try
Yeah.
to have a draft that the steering committee can approve on the 15th, and then distribute to the group for any comments with the, for people to submit any comments on the wording and then send.
Okay.
It's just a request to come to that.
Right. Draft invitation for the steering committee for the governor's office. Draft. Oh, good. Joe's writing it down more organized than I am.
You don't know that.
It's a grocery list.
Yeah.
And not for the December, not for consideration for the December agenda, because I don't want to take away time from the other topics, but I would like at some point for a presentation by EPA Region 5 on the sediment study that is underway within the downtown river areas. For the hazardous, for the new CDF, is that, now it's a Superfund site, right?
And it's not in the work plan, Kay. That's a whole new topic that is not in the work plan. I'm
I
just
know.
messing with you.
Not for the agenda for December.
Okay. Actually, I should be doing the 2020 work plan update too. Okay. Sediment. Anything else? Is everybody comfortable that their ideas have been captured? Is there anyone still on the phone, or did they all go away when I said we were done 10 minutes ago?
Long gone.
Oh, I did have a question. Will all the materials today be available either in a shared folder or via email?
That's a good question. Are all
PowerPoints and
the,
also even just the packet would be great to have in digital form.
yeah, most of this stuff is already available on the NERC CAWS website. That was actually a really good question. They used to have a password protected part of the site,
Okay.
and I don't have that right now. Was that a big important part for it to be?
I just want to make sure that this,
Okay.
all this material would be shareable later. If that's something you send out after the fact, like totally fine.
I think so. Or all the agencies' PowerPoints are public. They're not here. Sure they are. Yeah, I think we could do that.
Check with USGS.
Yeah, I'll check with USGS.
USGS is on the line.
Mine's fine.
Oh. Oh, they are still there. Amy? No, they're not really.
Oh, okay.
They're good.
Never mind.
It's a placeholder. We're involved.
Okay. They went home. They left their thing on but went home. Yes, we will put so my understanding of the process we actually did in December and January was we put the notes together, the steering committee reviewed them, and then the steering committee finalized them. And then I thought we put them up on the website. So we will do that process with these two. They may not be the 11 pages or whatever that they were last time. They will not be.
The 11 pages.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
No, so the red light means it's recording, right? So then just hit stop.